How you doing, folks? This is Louis from Kicking It Live. Kicking it with BCW. We're here. It's 8 o'clock, and as promised, we are here with a new weekly episode. Today we have Sean Amari. Last week we had BD Cruz. I mean, this is an exciting show. If you have any questions, if you want to talk, we're live. I know that Sean Amari will answer any questions. But he is here, so I'm gonna welcome him in. Once again. This is Sean Amari.
Hey,
How you doing? Welcome to Kicking It Live BCW with BCW. A round of applause to our good friend Sean Amari. Thank you for coming. This is an honor to have you here. It is great to see you again. I know it's been a little while. I mean, a little bit of about how I know you, how we're doing this. I know that I last saw you on April 9th, Donna Novera, where you went one-on-one with Jordan and another contender. But before that, I known you from another association. Back then, we didn't really get to talk. The only thing I did was take a couple of pictures. That's all I did. So we didn't really get to talk, and I didn't really get to know you as much as I got to know you on the 9th. It was an honor to have you there. It was an honor for you. It was an honor for us. We greatly appreciate you being there and taking your role as a leader in the back as well, especially carrying others. I mean, especially dealing with the wrestlers that we had, being a new show and everything else. We appreciate you, and it was an honor, and we're looking forward. We're looking forward to the rest of the BCW and all the upcoming dates. Thank you again. And this is Sean Amari, my brothers, and take it away. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good, man. Thank you for actually having me on the show, and just as you said, it's an honor for me to be on the show and work with me. It's definitely an honor for me to work with you guys as well. I love BCW. Very, very good environment. Nice wrestlers. The whole production crew, everything about it. It's just very positive vibes. I really appreciate it. So, and thank you, man. Thank you very much.
By the way, we're platforming it today. We're live on not only YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Twitter. We're all over social media. So
we all over.
we're all over.
All right.
So just in case we have any people online, they might want to ask any questions. Feel free to answer them, and I'll let you know beforehand that we have a comment or somebody wants to talk. But meanwhile, we're kicking it back. We're just kicking it live. Real talk. So, I mean, I know like I stated, you were there on our first show, Donovan Noera. How was it? I know you explained it a little bit of the feeling, of the vibe of it, but how did you feel being at a brand new show, at a brand new promotion, debuting? How did it feel?
Man, I was nervous. I was really nervous. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I've never wrestled like twice, and one day. Well, I wrestled twice, but not twice in the same show in one day. So it was a new experience to go out there, prepare myself to wrestle one match, hoping to win, and then go out there and then mentally prepare myself for the very next match. Not really having time. So it was really good. I like that feeling. Everybody there was cool. Got to talk to everyone. I had my helpers during my entrance. The kids, they were really cool. But the audience itself, like, I don't know, they was really behind me, and that's what motivated me to just go to the top.
The kids absolutely loved it being there with you, and one of the little kids was actually you don't know this, but one of the little kids that was there, he's my nephew.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's the
Which
little
one?
the little they call him Cito. He was the one I was chasing around Tacoma with the title and everywhere.
Yeah.
That little one was only 13 years old. And he was all over the place, and he still talks to you still to this day. He says, "I can't wait to see Sean Amari. I can't wait to see him. I can't wait to see him." So he looks up to you, my brother, and we gladly appreciate you taking him in, and he loves wrestling, and it was awesome seeing the reaction and how you were treating him. You didn't know that, but yeah, he's my nephew.
Okay. Well, you got some pretty cool nephews, man. Telling you, it was
And
very
my son
helpful.
was
Yeah, they're very helpful. They made sure I had what like if I needed something to drink, they got me something to drink. They wanted to help me out during my entrance. They took care of I had my shirt. They took care of my gear for me. They made sure they put it right there, and like where my bags and stuff is at. It was really cool.
Yeah, that's what makes the difference. We want to start teaching these little ones to enjoy their passion, and he's one of them. He's always talking about wrestling. That little man is always talking about wrestling. He drives me crazy, but it's an industry. It's an industry. He loves industry, and he's always talking about it. And he's always talking. Actually, he's always talking about you and BD Cruz and your match against Jordan, the sleeper hold. He was talking about all that, and he says he can't
Oh,
wait to see you again. But I mean, yeah, I mean that's we love taking we love doing that because we want to teach others or teach ones that have this passion, to be behind the scenes, especially at an early age. In that sense, it's what who we are. It's you know what I mean. It's so I it's an honor for me and it's an honor for BCW to
yeah,
be able to do that. Make a difference make a difference in these little ones and these kids and these youth. I mean, they're not little. He's little, but he's 13. So,
yeah.
and just like
Um,
Leah, and just like the rest. Actually, my son, he was there as well. He was a clown. You probably know who he is. Joe. He was one of the security. We had Team Jose.
yeah,
Both of them are Jose's, so that's why we call them Team Jose's.
Team Jose.
Yeah. But he was there too. I mean, it was great having you. And but no, I mean, what's new for you? What's new for you?
Uh, as in like what wrestling wise, as in
Yeah,
life.
wrestling as in general. I mean, we remember kicking it live. We're just kicking it back.
Kicking it live. All right. So what's new with me? As far as wrestling, I would say nothing right now. Even though wrestling is my passion, but there's like a lot of things going on in the world right now with like COVID, monkeypox, all that other stuff. I take it easy from wrestling. I'm not really actively looking for bookings right now. Right now, I'm just focusing on school and my job right now. Right now that's what's paying the bill, so that's mainly what I'm focused on. However, I do work with two companies. One, my main company is BCW, and the other one is IWW. Yeah,
Of
number
course, of
one right
course,
there.
of course.
Yeah, BCW is my number one. And I'm not just saying that because I'm kicking it live with BCW right now. It's just the truth. It's my number one.
We
My
appreciate it.
second one is IWW. IWW, very cool promotion. Amani Labels run that. He's a very cool guy. But they use me whenever they would need me. So it's not really a consistent booking, but BCW is my number one. Book me consistently, faithfully, and everything like that. So I'm a loyal guy.
I appreciate that. Appreciate that. But I know in these times, like you stated with COVID and everything else, it's kind of hard to maintain the passion going. How do you maintain other than these bookings? How do you maintain yours? Like, hey, this is what I want to do. Other than life, I don't know. We all have full-time jobs. We have families. We have school. Because even myself, I have my family. I have schooling. I have my job. So I know it could be a little. It's difficult to maintain it. So How do you maintain it?
So I try to keep it very simple. As much as I can. One, I try to go to the gym at least 3 times a week and do
Mhm.
a full body workout each day that I'm there. I'm not gonna lie, I'm human, so working and going to school it gets me tired. So, sometimes I slack and I might skip a week, I might skip 2 weeks, but then I just find myself getting back into it. As far as like keeping my stamina up and keeping my stuff aware inside the ring, I try to commit at least once a week to training
Okay, okay.
inside the ring, and practicing my roles, my moves and everything. Making sure that I have partners to go with me so we can work together on things. Yeah.
So it's important for you than fundamentals.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
I
Timing, everything.
I believe that too because it's you can never perfect your you can never perfect yourself unless you practice and train and even those in the big times still train and and I'm it's great to hear that you still take your time and at least once a week to train and this is important because even though it's we all know wrestling it's all theatrical it's all but let's keep it kayfabe you know what I mean
Yeah,
it's still hard they still need training and we're in there not to get nobody hurt and it's good to hear it's good to know that you still maintain yourself training and so that you make it look good and not hurt anybody. Try to be as safe inside the ring as possible, and I think that's great because we
yeah.
know a lot of wrestlers.
It protects you. You protect yourself. You protect your opponent. Everyone that's around you. You know. Look, I don't care how many times I've been in the ring, how many bumps I had, or how many matches I won or lost, or how many matches I've been in general. Um, every time I get in the ring, whether it's practicing the basics, whether it's practicing like a match or anything like that, like I've always learned something new.
And
So.
that's great, man. So tell me about the matches you had in BCW Donovan era. The first match, there was a couple. It was a tough one for you. I saw and
Man, Ethan Chase, that was my first match. That man is tough. I don't know. I guess it was my promo that pissed him off, but he had he had a bone to pick with me, man. I'm telling you. Those chops that he gave me lit me up. I kid you
there
not.
was
I had webs, bleeding webs on my chest for like a month. I literally saw this guy's handprint on my chest for an entire month before it healed
wow.
up properly.
You could hear them. You could hear those chaps even in the videos. I mean, you could hear the sounds echo in the hall when you heard those chops, and even and some of the video stuff that edited the guys that were the videographing the videotaping it.
Yeah.
One of them you could hear one of them. He said, "Damn!" Really, you could hear it in the video.
Oh man, that's what went through my mind when I got chopped. I was like, yo, I felt like I got hit by a freight train. I was like, what the hell is this? I
I
don't know.
was
Like
I
my
was
first
always I was
reaction.
at the
Go ahead.
no, I was all the way in the back. I was all the way at the DJ stuff, and I was like, and I heard it too. I was just thinking in my head as like, God, this had to hurt, and I feel bad for Sean. I feel bad for you.
Man, look, when I got chopped, I kid you not, it hurt like hell, and I literally, I think I tried to walk away from him, but he was just like, "No, you're gonna take another one," and then hit me again. I was like, "Oh my gosh," like it was so painful, and I just had to like snap out of that pain and just say, you know what, I got to eat this. So I know he tried to chop me again, but like I grabbed him, I turned the table on him, and then I started giving him my chops. I don't know, but my chops was probably wasn't as hard as his, but that man just he destroyed me with those chops.
But that was a nasty DDT you did on the ground outside of the ring, though.
Yeah. Oh man. That was my. Little did I know that was my winning move. Now we definitely took each other to the limit. Ethan Chase is a phenomenal talent. Um, sorry, my dog is.
It's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Ethan Chase is a phenomenal talent. Great guy to work with. I have a very high level of respect for him. I would definitely love to work with him again. But yeah, that DDT, it was just like I don't know. He had me. He was ramming me into the ring post, and I was just like, "Yo, how do I get out of this? Like this guy is strong." I was like, "How do I get out of this?" And the quick thing that came to my head was like, DDT, and that's when I saw that he was down. I saw the ref was counting. Like at that point in time, it was just like I had to do anything to win. Like
Hmm.
originally, like I really wanted to pin him. You know, I really wanted to pin him, but I saw that he was out. I saw opportunity, and I took it. And that's what it's about. You know, like a lot of people want to go for the pin. I'm more of a like, look, it's a strategist. You know, if I could win by count out, I'm gonna take it. If I could win by submission, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna win by any means necessary, basically. You
The
know,
grand opportunist, huh? You're the opportunist.
the opportunist, yes.
But I know, I mean, it was a great match too. I mean, it was a really great match, and those overheads too of your matches. If you look at the video, there was some shots with the drone that we had there. There was some great shots there too, and it was a great match. And yeah, he almost made it though. I don't know what he'd done. He would have made it into that ring before that 10 count. He almost did though.
You know what? If he would have made it in, you know, I would have came up with a different strategy. But either way, my
Right.
mind stayed going out there. My goal was just to win. You know, that was it.
Right.
You know, for the first match, second match, you know, everything. I'm just gonna win. All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Yeah, your second match was against Jay Royce.
Yes, Jay Royce.
Jay Royce.
Yeah.
He was on here last week with me and BD Cruz, and
Yeah, I did.
he mentioned something about what you did. Was that
Sorry about that.
it's
That's my
okay.
video game.
So
My
you're
my
gamers
dog.
too.
Yes, I am. I'm definitely a gamer.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
sorry
good.
about
We'll
that.
talk about. No, it's not a problem.
Just
He
one
said when
second
he.
because she's being annoying. Everybody say what's up to my little dog right here. It's a
There
girl.
she
She's a
is.
pit bull. Her name is Shadow. She definitely
Oh
wants
yeah,
attention right now, but you know, I'm here. I'm hanging out with you
Pitzer
guys.
Pitzer like that because I have one too, and he's like that too.
Yeah,
Mine is Simba. That's the name of my dog.
Simba. Oh,
Yeah,
I love it.
he's a he's a king pit, so he's big for his. He's only about a year and a couple months, and he's about 80 pounds already.
Oh man. All right,
Yeah,
big
he's
boy.
a big one. He's a big
Yeah.
boy. But no, last week Jordan was here, and he ended up talking about the sleeper hold you put on him. He was talking about some of the stuff that went on in the match. And he spoke about that sleeper hold, how you like really dug it into him.
Yeah. I look, as I said, I'm just here to win. I didn't see him tap, so I was just like, look, I gotta choke him out. Like, um, I didn't know. Like, as I said, my mindset was just to win. I didn't know if it was like, vicious, vicious, but you know, as I said, I didn't want to hurt him. He didn't tap. I had to apply the pressure, and then next thing you know, the ref is telling me that he's out, so I gotta let him go. I was just like, okay. But at the end of the day, my hand was raised.
Yeah, of course.
Um,
He spoke about it. He spoke about it last week with BD Cruz, and I mean,
they
he
they
dug it too, but he learned some. He learned a couple of things with that match of yours, so it was a good thing.
okay. I hope to face him again
He probably
uh,
will down the road.
down the road. Yeah,
We
I'll
got a
probably
couple more
choke,
things.
I'll probably choke him out again.
Hey, I don't know. That's between y'all, man.
Nah, he's a. I'm not taking nothing away from him. He's a good kid. He's also a tough competitor. His heart is in it. And um, I have. April 9th was my first time having an opportunity to face Jordan. But I have worked with Jordan before. Well,
Mhm.
in a different, like in a mentor way. I worked with him before at a different company. That company shall not be named. But yeah,
It's okay. Yeah, that's it. Well, it was that association that we met, that company that we met. He did too, and he's been doing it. And I'm glad that he has that in you as a mentor type of thing, and because all new wrestlers that are coming into the industry now need some type of mentor in the industry.
yeah,
And it's great to have y'all guys. I mean, like you, Sean Amari, BD Cruz, even Bull Dread, as veterans of the ring and ring generals that are able to take these guys under the wings. Because even we have Nico. He was hurt that day, so he wasn't able to wrestle.
uh
But
huh,
he's there too, and we have these up and newcomers, especially within BCW. and I'm glad that you were able to, talk to them behind the scenes, and it's like, hey, talk about your creative minds, and how is that you process the matches in your head? Do you start from the back? How do you start from the end? From the
Like
how do
how do I plan it out?
yeah, how do you plan out the matches in your head, talking to your opponent? How do you plan it out?
Yeah. So I don't know, I'm more old school. I've always learned to like plan things out, like have a beginning, have a middle, have an end, and then you can add in between. So that's my format. It's just the beginning, what I have in my mind what I'm doing in the beginning. I have in my mind, you know, what my middle plan is. If I'm down and out, how I'm gonna make my comeback. Um, and then my mindset at all time is just like how I'm gonna end it. You know, what move? What's one of my best moves to set up for my finish? You know,
So
so
you like storytelling in the ring, huh?
oh yeah, of course, definitely.
I think.
Especially with who I'm facing. Um, it's definitely storytelling. So with Ethan, the story is that like one is the obvious story. We're both trying to achieve a goal. We're trying to achieve a victory because this is a tournament, and at the end of this tournament, there's the prize, which is the BCW World Title.
Mhm.
And both of us want to be that, but at the same time, this is me and his first time facing. you know. So what's the story right there? Is us filling each other out, us trying to one up each other, and taking it from there. Who's going to get the upper hand? Who's going to get the advantage and everything?
How did it feel? How did it feel being in the back with all the other wrestlers? And I know we're supposed to be keeping a kayfabe, and I understand that, but we all know that everybody's in the back,
We're
even the
talking.
grand. Yeah,
Yeah,
everybody, even
let's
in
be
the
real.
grand, like in the exactly in
Yeah,
the
let's be real. It's
WWE, AEW, you all know they're in the back talking it out. Come on,
yeah, we're
you know what
all
I mean?
talking it out. Look, wrestling is entertainment. The type of sport that we do is entertainment. Theatrical, just as you said earlier. We're there to put on a good show. You know, so yeah, being in the back with the guys, yeah, we were all talking. We were all talking. Um, I got to meet some new people. Who also, while I was talking to Chase about the match, they all came and put in a input. They gave advice, and me and Ethan both followed it.
Mhm.
The advice that they gave us, we feel like it made the match better. And just the way that me and him worked with each other, like especially for not working with each other before, like I feel like me and Ethan had great chemistry with each other in the ring. We communicated with each other. We listened. He listened to me. I listened to him. Those chops though was. I'm sorry. That's the one thing that's definitely on my mind.
But no, that's what I call like the ring general. Being in the ring,
Yeah.
um, like taking care of your craft, basic type of thing, and being in the industry for quite a few years, and so it shows. And like I said, the newcomers, our new wrestlers, we're definitely looking up to you guys in the back, and Jay Royce and Nico and my son Jose, all these, even the little ones, even Cito, my nephew, and BD's manager, are the one to walk out as well. Leah, they all
Yeah.
look up to you guys, and it was great to have you like talking to them and trying to like pull them in a sense. And I saw that camaraderie between all of y'all, and that's what BCW is all about, really. That vibe in the back and that positivity in the back, and of course, like every other show, there was hiccups here and there, but I mean, nobody knew there were hiccups. That's the most important part.
That is the most important part, and it's just like that camaraderie that you was talking about. Like, just know that all of that stuff is not possible without, the management. So it's not just the wrestlers that make that environment or make that vibe in the back or behind the scenes or anything like that. It's you guys, so you guys definitely, I deserve all that credit too as well. You know,
We
because
appreciate it.
at the end of the day, if none of us felt comfortable, that vibe definitely wouldn't have been there. You know,
That
you
is
guys
true. We
look. Let's be real. You guys took care of us. You know, you made sure we was good. Y'all even brought us food. You know,
of
look,
course.
I'm not gonna lie. No promotion I've been with like that has brought us food. You know,
That was actually the wife. That was my wife. She was there too, and she like these guys have to be hungry. Let us do something. And tell me why these people went around like the entire town. Ended up going into a different town because she was really worried about you guys. She's like, we have to give them something to eat, and it's who we are in a sense. It's already going to be planned anyway. So she just took that. She just took it ahead of herself, and she was on the brought all the food for you guys. But I'm glad, it's not gonna be the first time either. It's gonna be something that we're gonna continue doing for all our shows because I think it's important. Um, Not just for that vibe, but for you got to maintain yourselves full of energy, even though you might fall asleep here and there. But hey, at least you know that you're not gonna be hungry like some other shows.
yeah. Uh, can I just ask you a question? Just
Yeah, go ahead.
sorry. I look. I know we're talking about wrestling. I know we're kicking it live, but as I said, I'm into video games, and I like since being on live with you, I just keep that. I just keep noticing your the arcade version game in the back. Is that Mortal Kombat?
It definitely is. Definitely is. Hold on for a second. Let me. I'm gonna bring in another camera and I'll face it back there. Hold on for a second. All right.
All right.
I'm just getting another camera real quick.
Oh yeah, here.
All right. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, okay.
All right. Let me. You're talking about that back there?
Yes, the arcade version of Mortal Kombat 2. Oh man, that is beautiful.
But
That is
wait, look,
beautiful.
look, 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 look.
Oh, is that Street Fighter?
Of
Oh, you
course.
got the classic games right there.
that
Oh man.
Yeah, no, my brother. That's actually sorry. That's MK2, but it has MK3, one and three Ultimate in there, and then the Street Fighter. It has all the Street Fighter twos, like Turbo. All of them are in there. So they're
Oh man, that's
they're
beautiful.
multi-cades. I have another one here too. I just can't show you because we're building it. It's a multi-cade. It has all the original like SNES games, all the Genesis games, all the PS1 games, all the Nintendo games.
Oh
So isn't
man.
it? It's yeah. I'm not much of a gamer I was before, but I definitely am. Hold on for a second. I'm not much as a gamer anymore, but I will definitely am a gamer, and that's retro is really it's really it for me right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have
Oh man, that's beautiful.
I have the Xbox stairs. I have games here. This is the offices of BCW and the podcast studio. So once in a while, I have to bust out playing the games back there, and let's see.
Oh, game night over there.
Of course, definitely.
Yeah, man. Nah, that's the best right there. Sorry to go off topic though.
No, 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 it's not a problem. It's not a problem. Nah, I just took out the other camera, but
All
no,
right.
definitely, and I have arcades like multi sticks, have all that kind of stuff in here too. So hey, one of these days when I get to come in here, we'll be able to stream live, I guess, playing some old retro games or whatever you want to play, man.
Oh yeah. I'll tell you one thing. Um, me and Cruz will definitely be going at it in Mortal Kombat and Street
Hey,
Fighter.
when the new one comes in here, you'll be playing some Mario 3 on the arcade. So I don't know.
Yes,
It's a Mario Kart. That's those are my type of games. But hey, who knows? Even some Dragon Ball.
I'm with
Hey,
it. Region Blast, Burst Limit, Tenkaichi,
there you go. Yes, sir. Yes,
Budokai.
sir. So definitely, definitely. So who knows? It's here, man. So whenever you want to do, whenever you want to come over, it's like when you're down here. You know what I mean? But like I was stating, definitely. What brought you into wrestling? What was your passion? What gave you your passion? Was there like a specific moment or that you grew up watching? There was something that pulled you in that made you like, wow, damn, I want to do this. This is who I want to be. This is what I want to do. Is like any match out there? What was that for you? What was that passion? What brought you that passion?
Of I would say The Rock. You know,
The Rock.
yeah, Dwayne Johnson himself, Black Adam, right there. um,
Yeah, Black Adam.
by the way, I definitely can't wait to see that movie though.
Yeah, no, I cannot. Neither can I.
No, just the way he was with like the crowd. Kind of reminded me of myself. I work with
Mhm.
kids, so at that time in my age, I was like maybe 17, 16, 17, 18 maybe, and I was working at summer camp, and the energy that my group brought to me, or my division of kids brought to me, um, you know, I saw a little bit of The Rock in myself. Um, so like it started there. It started there with wrestling. Doing backyard course, playing around with it, and then going to go get trained and everything like that.
So there was like me per se. I grew up watching wrestling with my dad. I mean, I'm with my dad and sometimes my grandfather, but most more my dad, and that's what my dad and I have in common. He's actually was there at the show too. He didn't know, like a bunch of my family members were there at the show, and he was like he loved you too. I mean, he recognized BD by the big teddy. He called him the big teddy bear. BD, but he was like he spoke about that the chokehold. He's like, damn, he choked him out. He choked him out. He choked him out. But I mean, he was there. I mean, he's a fanatic. He wants to continue looking, seeing you guys wrestle. But between him and me, that was those moments. I mean, I'm a little bit older than you are, so I'm way back in the day, decades, I guess. um, it's okay. We're talking about like 80s, 90s type of
Bruno
wrestling.
San Mar- Bruno San Martino and all that other stuff.
Yeah, the Ultimate Warriors,
Ultimate
the
Warrior, Macho
Andres,
Man,
yep,
Andre. Yeah.
Macho Man, yep, and I remember when they went once to Springfield, and it's not known as the Mass Mutual Center, but back then it was known as the Civic Center, and he took me there, and we got to see the Undertaker, we got to see the Canes, we were able to see a lot of wrestlers, and he's the one that brought me into this. But being from the island, those Puerto Rico shows too that we absolutely love, like the Carlito Colones and all that, and so I kind of grew up in that sense, being a fashion, like being a fan of it, and when my son started training, I was like, dude, I want to do this too. I want to be in the ring. I want to do something. But at that time, my doctor wasn't clearing me because of some health conditions I had. But now he cleared me, so I'm good, But I'm still. I told Coach Eric, so we have to do something. I can't get in the ring, so let's do something crazy. Let's do something where we impact the community, and that's how BCW came up above, and that's how BCW came to live. It came to be.
Isn't
So
isn't that like isn't that crazy? Like so surreal. Like you grow up watching something that you love, and now you actually get to partake in it in some way, shape, or form. Whether it's wrestling,
mhm.
whether it's running a promotion, whether it's being a referee, anything. Like I don't know. When I started wrestling and I actually had my first show, it was like nerve wracking, and I was very green at that time, but I remember my first match in the ring was a triple threat match. Um,
Mm.
I wish I still had the footage so I could like see how I was then and see how I progressed. But I don't know where that footage is at. But yeah, it was a triple threat match, and I was like very, very nervous, especially wrestling in front of a bunch of people that I didn't know. I had my mom in the crowd um, for the first time ever. She's watching me wrestle, and I swear to you, I will never bring it to any one of my shows again. you know,
I know. Trust me, I know. My
yeah,
wife is like that. My son wasn't. He been to a couple of shows, and my son was just training and did his training shows. And my wife went there, and it was a total mess. So I understand.
oh man,
My wife being Hispanic, my mother-in-law being Hispanic, they'll bust out with the flip flops and will end up throwing them into the ring. So I
yes.
understand. So
Uh,
I understand.
my mom was on a new level. So back then, I wrestled under the name Rodney Banks,
Mhm.
and when the match started, I did my shine. I had my little shine. My mom is
Mhm.
there. She's cheering me. She's calling me by my wrestling name. She said, "Hey, go Rodney. Okay, I see you doing your thing. Yeah, that's my baby. Yeah, that's my baby right there. Look at him. That's my baby. Look at him. He's doing so good." The minute that my opponents cut me off and hit me and knocked me down, it went,
Mm.
don't hit my son. Don't hit my son.
Um,
And then I don't know if she was angry or furious. I don't know what it was, but she stopped calling me Rodney. She called me Lamar. She called me by my real name. She was like, Lamar,
mm.
if you don't get up and whoop their ass, sorry for cursing, but like,
That's
beat them
okay.
up, like I'm telling you, it's gonna be me and you when we get home. And I'm like, Ma, I'm a grown man. Like, come on, man, what you doing? You know?
You're still mama's baby. Don't get
I
it
I
twisted.
am. I can't get it twisted. That my mom is my mom to the end. Despite whatever
Mm.
differences we have or whatever disagreements we have, that's my mom, and I love her. I protect her with everything, and she protects me. But that's the reason why she can't come to my show because she's too overprotective. You know.
But no, it's something that's something you brought, not just the fact because she's your mother, but it's something that as a wrestler, as a show, we all have to provoke in somebody, which is our emotions.
Oh
Whether
yeah,
it's emotions to laugh, whether it's emotions to cry, whether emotions to try to get in the ring and pop somebody for you. It's those emotions that we bring out in those fans. That's what I always look forward to.
yeah.
How do you feel about that?
Uh, nah. I feel the exact same. Like when you bring those emotions out with those fans, it's like that's me. That's the fans telling me that I'm doing my job, or that
Mm-hmm.
us as wrestlers and promoters that we're doing our jobs. We're telling that story and making them feel and believe in what we're doing. It's an emotional aspect for like not only the audience but for the wrestlers as well. Uh, I forgot her name and I feel really bad. Just because I met her once, but there was like a fan that was sitting in the front row and during intermission I just went out and I was just interacting with the fans. My
Mm-hmm.
chest was hurting from those chops from Ethan, but
Yeah, you had to walk it off. You had
I
to
had to
walk it
walk it
off.
off. And you know this girl came by, she sat down, we spoke, and just from that little conversation that we had, just me introducing myself, her telling me that she likes my match, me telling her that I'm gonna win, and just talking about other things. Like I felt like I made a very personal connection with her. After the
Mm-hmm.
show, we took pictures together. I was tagging a lot of pictures with her after April 9th. I was tagging a lot of pictures with her, and just her saying that I made her day. That right there, that hit home with me. And that's why I do. That's why that's for me. I can't speak for anybody else, but that's why I do what I do.
Mm-hmm.
I love making that connection with the audience, with the fans. um but yeah, it was very emotional for me. It felt really, that was my feel good moment.
That was your feel good moment, but my personally feel good moment when y'all two was in the ring looking at that belt. and hearing the
Oh,
BC dub and hearing the BC dub chant, that was my moment.
BC
I don't know about
Dub,
y'all, but
yes.
that was my moment though. And like I stated before, the drone shot of that little piece of that little segment, it was crazy. I mean, and then you could hear in the back BC dub, and then y'all two rubbing the belt. I mean, we thought we were gonna have to get in the middle between y'all. It was Coach Eric, myself, and I forgot the referee's name. I'm sorry.
No. Man, that was months ago, but
Q Q. It was Q
Q,
Q. I'm sorry,
referee
Q.
Q.
But I
Yeah,
mean,
he
I was in
had
the
he had
ring.
just ref my match with Jordan.
Exactly, and he was still in the ring, and I saw that moment. It was like that moment was surreal to me. It was like, damn,
Yeah,
this is
it was.
BCW.
For yeah, that was definitely like one of my besides connecting with the fans, that was definitely one of my moments just standing there with Cruz. I know they call him BD Cruz, but he's Cruz to me.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. I know.
yeah, so yeah, me and Cruz, like, I don't know, we spoke about it. We traveled together. Like, Cruz is my best friend. That's my brother. I love him. We never had the opportunity to actually face each other in the ring before. But we was just speaking about it. Like, what happens if you and I win this tournament and it comes down to me and you. And I told him, I'm gonna have to, like, beat him up. I'm taking that belt. I'm gonna become the first champion. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, when that moment happened, I know it was very intense. I know we got up in each other's face. I threw off my elbow pads and everything. Um, and me and him, we just went right to each other, and we said some words to each other. I know nobody heard it,
Mhm.
but I'll you know
We
I'm
well
on
we
I'm on.
definitely heard it.
Oh, yeah, I heard it. Yeah, I think the first thing I said to him is that once again, excuse my language, but it's just like I said, yo, it's official. I'm gonna kick your ass, and he was like, oh, give me what you got. But at the end of the day, I want to walk out on top. That's what he said to me. I was just like, all right. And then it went from that conversation to us actually just talking about video games, because we was gonna, like, have like a little game night afterwards when we got back from New York, and we were
Yeah,
talking about
yeah.
what games we were gonna play. Me and him are like arch enemies in, like, any type of competitive game, wrestling, Mortal
Hmm.
Kombat, Street Fighter. I'm not gonna lie, Cruz is good. Cruz is really good in these games. Like, he's very how would he say? He's very mixy in these games. So,
Hmm.
like, it's hard to get a read on him when you're playing games. So it's a nice back and forth battle. I beat him, he beats me, and everything. But, like, we bonded over several years of, like, just hanging out, having our conversations, traveling on the road together, and playing video games. Like, that's my brother. Love him to death.
Yeah, he spoke about it last week in the episode where he said it's gonna be different for him because you're his brother, but he's still gonna smash you. Exact words. I'm not trying
Oh,
to start anything. I'm not gonna start anything, but
no,
I
no,
mean
no!
it's something. The
It's a
most
mutual
important
thing.
part that the most important part that you said that yeah are like friends. You're his brother. You are really good friends, and so I that interested me is like this type of story: friend versus friend versus best friend.
Yeah,
It's that kind of story between y'all two, and you have had long history. You never matched, like never had a match against each other. Not
never.
even in the previous promotion when I was there all the time, and I never saw y'all. So I mean, he was kind of heelish, and you were the baby face. So I thought one of these days I will see y'all in the ring, but I'm gonna
Mhm.
see you in the ring now, but through BCW, which is
Yeah,
good. It's great, and it's the first time ever, and I don't know if you know where it's going to be located at. It's going to be smack down right in the middle of Springfield.
yeah. I spoke to Eric. It was very good to hear
Okay.
from him because I haven't heard from him in a while. But you know, miss speaking with him. He's a Eric is an amazing dude.
He is. I mean, he's an awesome dude too, and we've bonded over this and plus other stuff, and he's a great man to have as a as left hand man. We're both running BCW in a sense, and but it's great to have him there with all that knowledge that he has. He has a lot of knowledge. I mean, and I always tell the wrestlers, I always tell wrestlers, sit down with him, talk to him, pull it out of him because he has a lot of knowledge. Even me, I sit down with him all the time. It's like, hey, this, and this, and that. I mean, it's great to
Yeah.
have him to have him on your side. But so that's the main event. That's the main event of BCW for that championship, for that beautiful. When you saw that belt, how did you see it?
Oh man, yo, when I saw that belt, like I got goosebumps because the first thing that I thought I was like, yo, I'm about to be the first champion, and I once I have this belt, like I'm going to represent BCW, and that's going to be a big opportunity, a big responsibility for me. Um, just let alone just being in the main event, and
Mm-hmm.
setting the standards. Well, not really setting the standards because the first match really set the standards, but like just being the main promotion of that show for December 10th.
Mm-hmm.
The main advertisement, like 'cause that's what it's all about. It's called what, Crown and Glory, right?
Yeah, Crown and Glory.
And you know, the first champion will be crowned. I mean, that would be me. No hard feelings to Cruz. No disrespect to him either.
So you want to be the Negro. You want to be the Negro, the standard bearer, right?
Yeah, exactly. Standard bearer right there. Um, Look, on December 10th, one thing that I am gonna promise you is like me and Cruz, we're gonna go at it. Like we're friends, we're brothers. I love him. I know he loves me. I'll take a bullet for him, and I'm pretty sure he'll say the same thing.
He did.
Because
He
he
did.
did. All right, so yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we'll definitely take a bullet for each other. Um, Always have his back. He always have mine. You know. But one thing that's gonna happen is that bell's gonna ring, and that friendship for those moments until one of us win the match until the match is over, that friendship will go out the window. I don't see him as a friend when that bell rings. You know, I don't.
You
You
know.
know, it becomes personal.
Mm-hmm.
Because at that point in time, we're fighting for something that I want. You are fighting for something that I need. I don't even want it. I need it. I need this. All right. I need to be champion. All right. Cruz had his whole time to shine in the other promotion. He was champion for like a year. Cruz has time to shine. It's my time to shine right now. So I don't want this title. I need it. I don't need Cruz having it. I need the title for myself. I need to you know it's a professional goal for me to carry a company just like how Cruz carried that other company, and he did a great job. And that was my turn. And that's the mindset I'm going in there with. This is not about, oh, I just want to be champion. I need to be champion. It helps me grow as a wrestler professionally. This is something that I need. I need this to help my career, help my confidence, help everything with me. I need this. And that's why I'm going to win. You know, it's not
You know,
because
just came.
yeah. No, yeah.
No. It's like something just came to my head, to my mind. Was at this moment, you know, I'm comparing it to uh, when Eddie went against Benoit for the title, and then after that, you saw at the WrestleMania, I believe it was, where Eddie won, and then Chris came out, lifted his hand, and vice versa happened when Chris won. Guess who came out? Eddie. So I mean, it kind of reminds me of that right there. So what happens if he does win? Are you gonna lift his hand up, or is it gonna be vice versa? What happens? Or it's like this is going from round two and round three if it has to.
If Cruz win, is that what you're
Yeah,
asking me? If Cruz win, will I will
yeah,
I will I still be his friend and raise his hand and everything?
yeah. Who knows?
Yeah, that's my
Or
brother. Look, if Cruz, look with the way I'm feeling, if Cruz win, he has to like probably knock me out. All right, or I have to be in like some serious pain where I just can't go no more. That's the only way Cruz is gonna win. He's gonna have to bring it to me. So if I'm in any condition to stand up and be aware afterwards, of course, I will sit there. I will raise his hand. You know, and
but
I'm pretty sure it's the same vice versa. If I win when I win, Cruz is gonna do the same for me. That's my brother. I love him. And I'm not gonna let a title fight come in between us.
No, of course.
You know,
I'm not.
he
I'm
might.
just. I was just
Yeah.
talking, But
No, no, I
I
know,
know
I
you
know.
guys.
I know he's gonna be a little angry because I'm gonna hit him hard because I ain't gonna lie, Cruz is a big boy, and
Yeah,
I gotta put him down. So I can't give him those little baby hits. I gotta like really lay it in there. You know.
especially if it comes out with that lariat of his. That's something you have to be careful of.
Oh yeah, as I said, I know Cruz for years. I've seen that lariat turn people inside out. So my strategy, even though I know you probably know this already, but my strategy is just to avoid that. You
And put
know,
him in that sleeper.
I will definitely put him in that sleeper. I don't care how big he is. I will lift him up and choke him out. Yeah, if I put you in there, you ain't getting out of it. But yeah, it's the match is a very interesting concept. It's a match that I've never done before. The fact that
Yeah.
it's no disqualification match, but at the same
Yep.
time, I can't use weapons. I can't pick up a chair and smack him on the head or in the back or whatever. Um, there's no count out. Is there no rope break too?
Yeah. No rope break.
There's no rope break. So yeah, that's even better
Yeah.
for me. So if I put him in that sleeper, he can't get out of it. Then I don't have to let him go because there's no disqualification. So yeah. Um, but yeah, so it's a different style of match, and I actually like it because there's going to be no excuses. We can literally fight. And this match is truly the better man wins. So
Who
I'm very excited
who's
for it.
gonna be the last man standing? Is it
This
you or
guy
is it?
right
Oh,
here,
is that guy right there?
this
That's
guy,
Amari's words.
and Sean
He's gonna be last man
Amari,
standing.
the last man standing.
But
Yes.
yeah, I mean it's great. I mean, hopefully, it's like we're hitting it hard. Hopefully, we have a sellout crowd. If we're doing it hard, we're gonna end the year with a bang, with Crown and Glory, and then continue moving forward from there. And it's something that we're all waiting for. It's exciting, and as soon as we posted it online, I heard the commotion of everything that was going on. I heard it. Finally waiting for this matchup. It was crazy. I don't know if you. I know you're not a social media guy, but there was a lot
Yeah.
of comments like, "I can't wait for this match. I was waiting for this," and so it's exciting. It's an exciting time for BCW and to have you guys with us to do that final match of the year, and for that title. I mean, but we're moving forward from there, and there's other plans that we have for BCW, and it's always been an honor to have you with us, and it's gonna be an honor because like we count you as one of our BCW originals.
Oh man, thank you, man. Stop! You're making me. Don't do this. Not today, man. Not today. Um. Oh
we're gonna
yeah.
have it. We're gonna call it the faction BCW originals. Just like remember back in the day they had that gimmick of the originals versus the
The newbies.
yeah, but no, I mean it's great and it's always gonna be an honor to have you have you with us, and especially counting us as your number one promotion, and we count you as one of our number ones too, and it's gonna be a great showing. I wanna see that have no roof afterwards.
Oh, definitely, definitely. We definitely gonna tear the roof off the place. You know, and I don't know. I can't wait. I can't wait. Right now I am preparing. I'm definitely trying very hard to keep my schedule of like doing the gym 3 days out of the week because to wrestle Cruz I'm definitely gonna do a lot of movement. So I need to keep that stamina
Mm.
up. You know. I got to have my body in a nice shape because, as I said, Cruz he's no pushover. I'm pretty sure when and if he catches me, that's it. He's definitely
He's a big
gonna
he's a big guy, but he's a very agile guy too. So yeah,
very very agile. You know, like one of the first big dudes I've seen like go to the top rope and literally do a flawless backflip.
yeah, yeah. We
Yeah.
spoke about that too, but switching a little bit. What is your Mount Rushmore? What are your top five? What is your top five of wrestlers, no matter what era? I mean, what is your Mount Rushmore?
Oh. All right. So I got into wrestling pretty late. You
Mm.
know, when I started watching wrestling, I watched it with my best friend. My best friend put me onto it. It was just like one night I was just, spending the night over at his house, and he was just like, "Yo, we was hanging out, we was playing video games, and then he just stopped. It was like 8 o'clock. He said, "Yep, video games off. I'm about to watch this program." I was like, "Oh, okay." And then he turned on wrestling, and that's how that was like my first time watching wrestling. I was like, "Yo, this is cool," you know.
Mhm.
Um, Definitely Attitude Era type stuff. Um,
Oh, okay.
and then from there, I just took it upon myself just to look back and everything like that. But I would say, like, for me, the Mount Rushmores would be five. So I will have to go with Shawn Michaels,
Hmm.
uh, The Undertaker, Triple H, The Rock, and Stone Cold.
Okay, okay.
I
Attitude
mean,
era. That's definitely attitude era
yeah,
right there.
that's just Attitude Era for me. But I know you got the Hulk Hogan's, the Soul Man Rocky Johnson, the Andre the
Hmm.
Giants, and everything, the Yokozuna. But like, if like, just from the time that, just like, for all the wrestlers that just got me in, and I felt like were the the leaders, the everything that WWE was about, I would just say it was them for me.
Yeah, of course. Who would be your dream match if you had the chance to go against anybody? Who would it be?
Anyone?
Anybody from any company, anywhere. Who would it be?
Hmm. My dream match from any company, anywhere. Uh, my dream match would definitely have to be against Chris Jericho. Now, yeah, Chris Jericho. I have a couple of dream matches, but if I did, like, yeah, Chris Jericho, I would pick.
Chris Jericho.
Yeah,
Well, let's see. We one of these days your dream match would be able to be, and I would love to be. I would love to see that match. You against Jericho.
thank you, man. I want to make it happen. That's actually one of my goals. Um, my main dream match, though, that I would really love. The only reason I didn't mention it, because I just feel like right now it's just not possible. Well, anything is possible, but just as it stands right now. But it would
Mhm.
definitely be against the Undertaker at WrestleMania.
Yeah, that would have been a great match.
Yeah, and yeah, that's like one of my matches that I would love to have, and
That's
probably Randy Orton as well.
yeah, yeah. No, me would have been Savage.
Savage.
Hmm. I
Oh
don't know why, but
yeah.
I don't know. I think it was just that. I think it was that I've always loved. I've always liked Randy Savage, Macho Man. But when Jay Lethal started playing him as a Black Machismo, that made me
Oh
even more.
yes.
That made me more like Randy even more for some odd reason. I don't ask me why Savage. Yeah, I just started like me like having me like more. But Jay Lethal is he's a cool cat though. I mean, especially when he does his expressions. So he did the Ric Flair, the woo
Oh, that was
out.
a
Oh wow,
classic. That was
yeah,
a
the woo out.
classic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a
But
classic right
no,
there. When Ric Flair was like, I could kiss any girl in this ring, including that fat one right there, and make them
yeah.
cry. And they had the whole woo standoff. It was
Yep, the
crazy.
woo off. Yeah,
Yeah.
and another one I've always mentioned it every time I say this person. I always start off with I know that when I talk about this person, it's going to be very controversial because we all know what he did outside of the ring, and outside of the ring, we know he did very nasty things. very uncalled for things, but in the ring, he was the man.
Of course.
You probably know what I'm talking about. But I'll mention it anyways. I'm talking about Benoit.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, Benoit definitely is the man. That whole personal stuff outside the ring, I don't know. That could all just be speculation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it can be. Yeah, I don't know. Nobody never knows.
Nobody never knows. You know what I'm saying? Um, you know, it's just good to remember Benoit as we knew him, and not what was said on the news or the rumors that went around because none of that stuff was like really proven. To be honest with
Yeah,
you,
no, I remember him as I remember when I first met. Well, not first met. When I first saw him, he was part of the Five Horsemen. So that's how long ago it was.
oh yeah,
Not the original five, but he
oh
was
no,
part of the original Four
the
Horsemen.
the WCW one, right?
Yeah, and the
Yeah,
Radicals when the Attitude Era, he went in as the part of the
Attitude
Radicals.
with Perry with Saturn and
Yeah,
Malenko.
the
Yeah,
Radicals. Yeah, I remember that too. But after that, it was always when I've always been fond of him, even before, like as a Pegasus kid back in Japan. So I've known about him, and so I've always looked up to him in a sense, and in the ring, because in the ring that's what's his nickname, the Crippler Crossface. He was the Crippler for a reason.
yo, I love that. I love that move. That the crippler crossface move. Oh my
Yeah,
god! I remember
when he
they
did
had,
it,
yeah, when he
when
did,
he
only
does
when he
it,
did it. Yeah, he just snaps your arm and it's real quick. He got you in that move real quick. I remember him having like a whole story with was it Orlando Jordan, where the first time he faced Orlando Jordan, he beat him in like maybe a minute or so, and then they went at it again because Jordan was just like, "Oh no, I'm upset. You can't do this or whatever. I'm gonna knock you out." And then he threw the second match they had. He went against Jordan. Jordan threw the punch, threw him in a crippler crossface, beat him in like 30 seconds, and then so on. And then Benoit just made that a goal for himself. Like every time I face you, I'm gonna try to beat you faster than I beat you before. And it just kept
storyline,
happening. It was definitely a storyline,
storylines.
and it was beautiful.
And that's what I love about the wrestling with the storylines, about the storylines, and it's always great, and it's something that we should all bring back, especially to these days. I love the high spots, I love the flips, I love all that, but it's always about that good story in the ring. No matter there could be no high spots. If it's a good story, I don't care.
Right.
You know what I mean? If it's like it could be all in the ring, but if it's a great match and it's a good story, it's all part of that. And I think that we should bring it back. And the high spots are good. The flips, they're all great. I mean, they bring that wow moment. But when you have the fans in the set of, like in the corner of their seat, and you've done nothing special really, just back and forth in the ring, you've done nothing special. I mean, no flips. It's just been all out brawl, and you're having the corner of the like in the seat waiting for what's next. That's what I mean.
Yeah, and that's definitely another reason why I love BCW because that's what you guys are doing. That's what you guys are creating. You're creating those storylines to get the audience into it. I feel like storylines definitely help grow wrestlers professionally, and it helps better their craft. You know, um, it like whatever storyline you win, like whatever storyline you're playing, whatever role you're playing in your storyline, you get to craft it and make it your own. So that's one thing that I do like with BCW that you guys are doing. You guys are telling a story where some other promotions just want to put you in random matches, and really not have your character go anywhere. That's not really helping you out. And at the end of the day, I feel like if you are running a company with no storylines, then you're not really helping yourself out as that as well.
Yeah, no, I think the same way. I honestly think the same way. But where can people find you? I know you say you're not really a social media guy, but if they want to look at your stuff, where can they find you at? What can they do? How can they search you up?
Oh, so yeah, I'm definitely starting a YouTube channel, posting all my matches on YouTube. My YouTube is Sean Amari. Yeah, just Sean Amari. You type in Sean Amari and my YouTube page will come up. You can search me through my email, which is seanamari90@gmail.com. You can find me on Instagram, where I mostly post all my stuff. But Instagram, my Instagram is Sean underscore Amari underscore. And same thing with Twitter. And my Facebook is Sean Amari as well.
There you go, folks. That's where you can find them at. I mean, it's great to thank you for coming on. It's great having you. So everybody, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, everybody, December 9th, Sean Amari versus BD Cruz is in Blow Off the Roof. It's great having you on here, and we'll hope to see you soon again, not before December 9th, but certainly on December 9th. Any last words?
Nah, this is a great vibe. Like as I said, I wanted to just thank you for having me on. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little nervous. This is my first time actually like being on a podcast, live stream, anything like just kicking it live. Period. It's like really one of my first times. So but it's definitely a good vibe. I would definitely love to do this again. So if you definitely want to meet up again before the show or whatever, just let me know. I'm available. And
not a problem. We'll be hitting you up before the show, man.
Yeah, and thank you to everyone that watched live with us or is going to be watching this soon. Like I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for the love and the support, and I'll see you guys in December.
He said it. See you guys in December. It's at the City Stage in Springfield. That's where you're gonna see BD Cruz versus Sean Amari and the rest of the crew of BCW. The promotion, it's our logo says, we are BCW, eat, sleep, wrestle. Kicking it live with the guy. And thank you, Sean Amari, and see you soon, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night and see you soon. Next week, it is we have another show, and I hope to see you then. See you, everybody, kicking it live. Folks, we're here live with kicking it live with BCW. We're honored to have two great guests on here with us today. We're going to be just talking along. We're going to be just conversating and kicking it back, just like the title says. We're kicking it live, so we're just having a relaxing conversation between all three of us. Today we have two other guests. We have Bull Dread and we have Gemma. How are you guys doing?
Doing good, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Go ahead.
Nice to
feel
meet
like
you.
I haven't seen you forever.
Nice to meet you, Gemma.
Nice to meet you.
And
Gemma had a great
awesome to see
weekend.
you again, my brother.
Yeah, you too, man. I can't wait for the next show. I know stuff has been going crazy and stuff. And I know you got the school ready. Hopefully you'll be ready to go and start running. And, you know, so I got myself out there again. I didn't know how much, how well I'm known. But it was nice, you know, that first show with, you know, a lot of familiar faces and new faces. And, you know, consider you a brother now.
I consider you a brother too. BCW, consider you part of us as well.
But you know, this
Yeah, I
is your
know.
first
Our
time
first
meeting.
day, when I first met Bull, it was at our show, Dawn of a New Era. It was a great show, and it was a pleasure having Bull Jed there with us. He was like a leader in the back in the locker room, and you know, and he got along great with all the other wrestlers, and all my other wrestlers got along great with him. And he had a great showings, and it was a great show. I mean, I appreciate it. It was an honor having you at our first show at Dawn of a New Era. Hopefully,
I hope down in
soon as well.
Yeah, hopefully, in the future. You know, she's been with me for the past year, and I've been giving her, you know, having her come with me wherever. You know, some promoters are like, but I'm only asking promoters that would allow it because, you know, the understanding. Because I want her to tell her story of why. You know, I want her story to get out there, and you know, and it'll help anybody else in the future of who has a dream, and anybody that's gonna try to kill their dream. There's always one person try to kill somebody's dream, and I want her to tell her side of what's happened to her and how she has been able to get out there in the past year and a half of being in this business of just you know, it's at such a young age, you know, and she has a hell of a head start than most. I didn't start in this business till I was 26, and I just turned 47, and she's 13. So, you know, and I want her to get experience, and sometimes it's like, you know, I want her to be there with me, and so I'm able to help her and guide her, and I think BCW would be a good home for her also. You know, the locker room, like you said, was humble and very respectful. A lot of young guys, and you know, other than Dan the Man, me and him were the only guys that are in our 40s that in that locker room, you know. So, yeah, hopefully in the future soon. But I want Jem to tell her story.
All right.
Then we'll get into mine.
Okay.
Go ahead, Gemma. Go ahead. The floor is yours. It's all about you right now. Tell me.
Okay. All right. So, I was in 6th grade, and I had a teacher tell me that, oh, hold on. Let me backtrack a little bit. So I was doing a job report on what I wanted to be when I to grow up. And so basically I had a teacher tell me that that wrestling was not a realistic job. And so we went to the Professional Wrestling Hall of Fame to support my my mentor, Rita Marie, and she told Mari Mancini my story, and they got me on a show.
And that was the first show that we met.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
If you, Lou, if you don't remember who Rita Marie is, she was the first woman WWF referee back in like the mid '80s, and you know, she lives in the upstate New York, and it's just weird. Like, you know, when I first met Gemma and her parents, they were outside. I think Gemma, wasn't Mom doing something with your hair?
Yes. Yes, she was putting oh my God. She was putting pink flakes in my hair, and I was telling her, no, I don't want that. And you pulled in the parking lot.
Yeah, I pulled in, and I was listening to maybe my entrance song. I don't remember. I was listening to Black Label Society, and I think Kyle said something to me. I don't remember exactly, but he was like, "Hey, you know," he recognized the song, and we just started talking really quick, and I introduced myself, and we then went inside,
Yep.
Next thing you know, I mean, Gemma's, escorting me down to the ring in our match. And that's where it all began. That's
Right.
pretty much where our friendship and, like I said, like me kind of took her under my wing and mentoring for the past year. And not only that, but it just feels like we're family.
Yes.
And, and that's, and any advice that I would give you, Lou, or give, your kids or Gemma or my kids or a stranger or fans, anybody that wants to get into this business, I do the same for everybody. And I kind of feel like a father, it's like a big brother, but more like a father figure too,
Yes.
Yeah. So she's been with me ever since. I don't think she's going to be able to get rid of me now, so.
I don't think so either, Bull.
Nope. You're my dread.
Yeah, I'm her dread.
How did it
Nobody
feel
else
to go
is.
beyond that curtain with him, though, Gemma? How did it feel to go through that entrance with Bull Dread, and how did it feel being that first time?
It was different. It's definitely something I have never done before at that time. And I was, to be honest, I was very starstruck. I kind of just stood there, and to be honest, my knees were shaking the whole time. Because
You never told me that. You never told me you were starstruck.
I was, because it was my first time next to a ring. So.
Right. Yeah, I mean, like, Lou. I mean, I'm sure, like, because we kind of look back and we don't one of the most important things in this business is, like, don't forget where you come from, like, and we were all kids at one point. I mean, we're old. I mean, like, Lou, you and I are older now, but we were all once kids, enjoying this business and the way we looked at it. So I kind of, like, understand what Jem was saying, because if I was 13 years old and seeing these wrestlers, because my father used to take me to local shows in Waterbury, at Wilby High School, Crosby High School, Kennedy, etc. And I remember seeing, like, I could swear I saw Andre the Giant, I saw Rocky Johnson and some other people, but fast forward 30 plus years later, I've main evented in those same high schools now. So, but what I'm trying to say is, like, we never forget that how a child feels when they're, ringside or when you're in the ring, because they look up to us as superstars. And I really tell everybody, I'm no superstar. I appreciate it. I'm just an Italian kid that just wanted to be a wrestler. So it's like with Gemma, she's a kid who wants to be a wrestler or has a dream of, pursuing that and being a WWE superstar. So it's like, why have somebody kill your dream and tell somebody they can't do something in life? I mean, I've had people tell me that, even to this day, even my parents, wrestling this and that. And if I had listened to the people that told me that I couldn't be a wrestler, I honestly don't know what I would have done with my life, because it's pretty much established who I am. I'm not going to say as a person, but it's what you do as a person that you bring to the business and to the character, and that's what's more important. So, if anything you've learned from this is you don't. There's always going to be somebody that's envious because they didn't follow their dream.
Right.
Right. I mean, I'm sure you've heard it. Oh, you can't run a wrestling company. How many times have you heard that?
Still I am, my brother. Still I am.
Yeah, it's a business. It's tough. Believe me, I understand. I've seen it all. But I'm at a point in my life and career now where it's like I'm just going out there working where I can and having fun. This is supposed to be fun.
Yes.
Wrestling is fun, With me, it was all the way. I started off as I wanted to start training myself, but my doctor never cleared me, and I wanted to stay within the business. So I was like, you know what? My son actually wrestles for BCW. He's one of my students. On that day, he didn't wrestle that day, but he was security that day. Jose, Ramos, the young kid,
if I see his face, I'll remember.
That day, it
I
had a
met a
huge
lot of new
afro.
faces. I mean, I didn't know your son was there. I mean, I met a lot of new faces there, and that's the great thing about this business is because, like I said, I got myself out there, and you start meeting new people, and you're like, oh yeah, I remember you when I was a kid, and I'm like, now you're making me feel old, but I think what's important is how you treat new people. It's the impression you leave on someone that you just met. That's why it's very important. Like I told Emma, it's very important when you get to somewhere new, a new building, new talent, people that you've never met before. It's very important you go up and introduce yourself to everybody that's there, from people that are carrying the ring crew, working behind concessions, because you never know. Like, I went up and introduced myself to Eric, and that was the first time I met him, and I didn't realize that was Eric when he was inside the ring.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
To shake everyone's hands whenever there's a new locker room I go to.
But no matter what, every locker room you shake your hand. You shake their hand. You go up and say hello, and because it's family, pretty much. You never know who you meet at any given time, any given day. You could be talking to the promoter, and he could be, dressed up in, crappy clothes, and he was helping with the ring, and because it does come back to haunt you at some point, right, Lou?
Definitely does. It definitely does. And in BCW we have another one that was their first time in front of the audience like that. Was the manager of BD Cruz. She's about the same age as Gemma.
Oh yeah, I do remember. Yes.
Yeah. That's cool. I would
love
to.
She's a flower girl, BD Cruz here in this. When he comes and wrestles for BCW, she's a flower girl.
Okay, yeah, I do remember.
They're about the same age, and she was excited too. So I was able to see everything in a different point of view, and it was awesome to see your age, trying to get into the business at this young age, and here comes Bull Dre, trying to help the new generation coming into the industry, knowing how hard this industry can be. Either or, being a promoter or being a booker or being a wrestler, it could be hard, especially in this area where independent wrestling is getting to be known in a way where it's growing.
Well, how long have you been involved?
How long have I been involved?
Yeah.
About 2 years.
Okay.
Because I wanted to be in the ring, but I wasn't cleared.
Right.
So I was like, I still want to be in the industry. I've always been my thing. I've loved being in the industry, going to the shows and all that. And my first show was at the Mass Mutual Center, when it was known as Civic Center. Remember Bull Dread?
Civic Center, where?
In Springfield. When it was known, where the Mass Mutual Center is now known, it was known as the Civic Center.
See, okay. I don't remember because I've never really done much in Mass.
Okay.
But I mean, what's the name of it now?
What was that? I'm sorry.
What's the name of it now?
It was the Mass Mutual Center in Springfield.
Oh, okay.
It's in the downtown, the big Mass Mutual Center. Back in the day, it was known as the Civic Center.
Okay. Because we had a Civic Center here in Connecticut.
I think this is way back before Gemma, too, so it's kind of making me feel kind of old, too, so it's okay, though.
Well, I mean, because we had the Hartford Civic Center in Connecticut, which is now the Xfinity, so.
I actually have performed there before for dance before I got into wrestling.
See, so she is performed in front of an audience, just something different, obviously. Well, if you think about it, wrestling is pretty much dancing.
Yeah, there's a lot of choreographing and some improv sometimes.
Well, the point I was trying to get to is, like, even you said it's been 2 years that you've been involved.
Mm-hmm.
It's the business has evolved and changed, because for me, like you said about a lot of independent wrestling that's out there, if you can rewind about 10 years ago, we didn't have what it is right now. All this local talent, all these local companies running. Some of them were starting to start. A couple of them, there's a couple still around, I believe. But that, rewind 15 years. That makes it's when I think about it, it makes me envious in some ways, because I didn't have the opportunities that a lot of the guys have now. A lot of more exposure. But I try to, I remind myself that a lot of what the young generation now will never experience what I have, though I won't experience what they have, what they're experiencing now. So, like, if I've been in the ring with the majority of all my childhood heroes, from, sharing the locker room to the ring to, like, Flair, Piper,
Wow.
Hogan, Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, you name them, I pretty much either worked with them, shared the locker room with them. I've been in, shared a ring with Roddy Piper and had dinner with them. Even the Hardy Boys. A lot of the guys that are on TV now, like Cedric Alexander, I've wrestled him. Hangman Page, I had a match with him. The business is evolving. That's pretty much where I'm trying to, the point I'm getting to. But it's evolved so much that, like I said, there's more opportunity now, exposure, especially with AEW, with the internet. But the thing with that is that sometimes, popularity and fame can come really fast. And a lot of us old timers could get bitter because we're still doing the same things that we did when we first started. But I try not to think about that too much, because now I'm trying to give back to the business, to the young generation, for, say, somebody, like Gemma and, the locker room for BCW. Especially like when I said to everybody, listen, if you want me to watch your match and critique it, I'll watch it. You know how many people ask me? 2 people. And I mean, like, okay, I'm not a great wrestler. I'm never claimed to be great or anything like that. I just studied the business. I studied how to tell a story. And the better story you tell, the less you got to wrestle. That means save your body. And the crowd goes home happy. Right, Gemma?
Right.
I mean, isn't that what's important, Lou?
It is. It's very important, especially storytelling. If storytelling it's what started the wrestling back in the day, and it kind of got away from that. But I want to, I'm one of the type of people that want to bring all that back into the storytelling of the performance of the shows. It's like when you wrestled Jay Royce, there was a story told in between all that, and it was. For him being new, he was one of my students. He's been one of our BCW students as well, and he's been wrestling here and there. But for you to wrestle Jordan or it's Jay Royce, I mean, it was a good match. There was a couple those things. What happens, but there was a good match.
I had to lead him. He met a couple spots messed up. I mean, I wrestled Gangrel and I messed up a couple spots. I didn't. It's about the experience I have is that I can think of my feet. I'm not great, but I know how to put together a match where I could tell a story where I don't have to do a lot. And I'll try, like, even Saturday night. We had the 4-way tag, the 4-man, and I was like, how can we incorporate Gemma and Foxy? And before everybody was there, some of us were already on the same page. And it's like we got people on the outside. How do we let's get them incorporated into the story? And that's what happened. I mean, Gemma, the crowd was hot, Lou. I mean, I'm surprised that they stayed through the whole thing, because it wasn't a 5.5 hour show. They went 2.5 hours, and we were main event. And as much as I complain about main eventing, I enjoy it. But the crowd was into everything, and because we told a great story, it was physical, but we told a great story.
Right.
That's what's important, old school, and like what you said, Lou, that's what's missing today. It's funny how people complain about WWE and what they do, but WWE is the ones that tell the story.
Yeah, it is. You know, there's stories now, just like looking now with the tribal chief. That's an awesome story that's being told.
Yeah, and he's over.
Yeah.
And
Definitely.
you know, if you want to have a long career, learn how to tell a story, because they're the ones that make the most money. I mean, how many times are you gonna, you know, you can watch a Ring of Honor match or an AEW match sometimes, and sometimes the things don't make sense, and I'm like, I find myself cringing, like, why the hell are they doing that? That's why I don't watch wrestling. I don't like. I'm not saying I don't watch it, like, period. I do watch it here and there, and like what's going on, and try to keep up to date. But I honestly watch a lot of old school stuff. I watch a lot of the stuff I grew up on still, because to me that was entertaining. And people, complain about wrestling. You know, it's entertainment now, but at the end of the day, isn't that what wrestling is? Like, I'm sure.
Even back in,
Good.
even as you can see, even back in the day, like the Ultimate Warrior versus the Hulk Hogan, or the Macho Man versus Ricky Steamboat, and all these matches that we still remember to this day, and even now, I mean, there's John Cena, right? With John Cena's the Rocks. We all know the Rock is, in these matches right now. They, like you mentioned, it tells a story, which to this day we still remember them. It could be 20, 30 years old, but we still remember them.
Yeah,
and that's.
And a lot of it's starting to come back, like people refer to it, and I tell Gemma all the time, like, Lou, do you remember Precious? They used to come out with Jimmy Garvin. Can you hear me?
I can hear
Lou,
you.
you can hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. So you were stalled there. I couldn't the screen you. Do you remember Precious from they used to come out with Jimmy Garvin back in the World Class days?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, that's when I saw Gemma. I saw Precious. You know, she used to spray his hair with the hairspray and stuff. But I also said, like, you got to watch. You have to watch not just female managers. You have to watch some of the best managers, like Bobby Heenan.
Oh, yeah.
Jimmy Hart. Like, when you're on the outside, I mean, if you think about it, a man or a woman, they're pretty much a cheerleader for their wrestler, you know what I mean? But the crowd will follow whatever they're doing. Even just as important as the referee and just as important as the talent that's in the ring performing. They're all part of the show. It's everything, because a good worker could be a good manager. A good manager is a good worker. And the referee's part of the deal too. It's all full circle. That's why sometimes when people start training, the first things they start doing is they start as a referee. It's a performance. Like Gemma, who do you watch? Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite? You could be a manager. Who's your favorite manager? Who's your favorite wrestler?
Right. So, my favorite wrestler for the longest time has been AJ Lee, and then my favorite manager is probably Jim Cornette.
Now that's awesome. What about you, Luke?
I thought Gemma was gonna say Paul Heyman. But Jim Cornette, that's not all that, manager wise, I think for me one of the best managers was Mr. Fuji.
Another great, yeah.
And even Lita when she was managing the Hardy Boys, and There were some great managers, and it's always nice to see that it's coming back and it's coming back, because there was a point where managers were no longer exist to a
Yeah.
degree. And now that we see them coming back, like I mentioned, Paul Heyman, he's an awesome person. Like, he's an awesome manager. He's more than a manager, we all know that, but it's just he brings in that personality. He brings in that storyline. Just he doesn't wrestle, but is the way he speaks, the way he does things on the mic. We can see it's very important as well.
He could draw people in just by talking.
Yeah. Right.
One of my favorite women managers was Sensational Sherry.
Yes.
But she was also a good wrestler too.
Yes.
Yeah. And you've been brushing up on your history, I can tell.
What about Luna?
Luna, yeah. I liked her. Luna was weird. Like, I don't know. I liked her more as a wrestler, but she scared me. Like, I don't know if I would want to mess with her. You know what I mean? Luna. Everybody likes Miss Elizabeth.
Yeah.
But Miss Elizabeth really never did anything. I think she seemed more as a prop than, like, being involved with stuff. If do you remember that, Lou? Lou, how old are you? Like 35, 36? I'm older than you.
Nah, I'm not. I'm much more than you think I am.
Serious?
Yeah. I go back.
41, 42?
Yeah, about.
Okay. But I am older than you. But we pretty much grew up on the same era.
We did.
Yeah.
We definitely did.
But like some of the greats, like, when you think about it, like in the 80s, J.J. Dillon, like a lot of them knew how to talk, but they were also good wrestlers.
Yeah.
And my favorite wrestler, I think everybody should know. I think everybody should know who my favorite wrestler was, or is. I incorporate it into my everyday life. Come on. Gemma, you should know this. Is Mom right there? I'm sure she knows.
Woo!
Yes. See what I mean?
Yeah,
Ric
Mom
Flair. And here's another, like, how great. I grew up, like I said, watching Ric Flair. I mimicked him and stuff. And once I started doing the Sexy Beast, I started incorporating a lot of. I used to copy Flair, from the strut to the woo, but like when you watch a lot of that old stuff, you incorporate that stuff in your character and your movements, but you take a little piece of everybody. So it's nice, like Gemma. It's nice to study one certain person, but there's so many greats out there. You take a little bit of everybody, but you make it your own. It's like, especially like copying a recipe. Like, you're going to follow the recipe, step by step, but you're going to tweak things here and there because you want to do it to your liking. And it comes out different, but it's the same thing. Okay? Like I said, with Flair, and I grew up watching Flair, and next thing you know, I'm wrestling, I'm working with his son. I've done shows with Northeast Wrestling, 2 nights in a row with him headlining. I'm standing next to him talking in the locker room. So,
wow.
Dreams come true. So no matter how successful you are, it doesn't matter if you're on TV every Monday night. Like I said, I'm doing this a lot longer than you, Lou, and Gemma. Like I said, it's just starting. Mm-hmm. Success is doing what you love, and I'm still doing what I love at any level that you're doing it at. I might be at the independent level, but Gemma, Saturday night, you tell me, in that crowd, didn't they treat me like I'm some type of superstar?
They did, yes.
Yeah. I appreciate it, believe me. I feel like a little kid, and I'll talk about it and stuff. But it wasn't until the fans started calling me a legend that I started referring to myself as that. I don't even look at myself as that. It makes me feel old. But I feel it's more important. It's more of the person than the character, because it's the person that makes the character.
Right.
You never did, Lou. Who's your favorite wrestler?
Who's my favorite wrestler?
Yeah.
It's kind of controversy right now because as a wrestler, I think he was awesome, but as a human being, we all know the situation.
Chris
As
Benoit.
a wrestler, Benoit.
You know, I was just talking about this with somebody. You know, you can't discredit what he's done in the business and who he was, you know. But people, the only things in life you control are the choices you make, you know what I mean? And he chose to take steroids and do all that, whatever. But, you know, people go crazy. I mean, but it shouldn't discredit what he's done in the business and in the ring. You know what I mean? Because I'll still tell people, like, if Gemma were to start training right now, I'd be like, watch people like Bret Hart. Watch the intensity of Chris Benoit. You have to watch how they are in the ring if you want to get better.
Right.
You know what I mean? And, I mean, somebody could have a great work ethic out at their job, but be a shitty person when they come home because they're miserable. You know what I mean? But I mean, I understand why you're saying it's controversial. You know, I mean, especially at that level, you can't discredit what he's done in the ring. You know, it's like trying to discredit Jake the Snake Roberts. You know, and what he did in the ring, but how he is in real life, and what he did in the demons that he has. Everybody has demons. You know, that's how you control them. But you know. So
yeah, I'm not discrediting him in the ring because we all know he was an awesome wrestler. We all know the situation afterwards. But as a wrestler, I mean, the Radicals or the Four Horsemen. He was involved in all that. You know, as a wrestler, he's awesome. He's one of the greats for me. But a human being, we all know the situation. That's why I say it's controversial in a sense. But I mean, even Eddie Guerrero, you know, they all had their struggles. They all had their demons, and that's one thing about this industry where we all are human beings to a degree, but we all human beings, and we all have our demons in a sense, and it's all about working through them and bringing that character out, bringing that person out, and making it stand above the rest in a sense, and that's what I've known and what I've learned throughout all these years. I mean. All these years seeing all these characters and their struggles and the consequences of living their lives in a certain way. You know.
Yeah, I mean, like if you had met me 10 years ago, I mean, I'm the same person, yes, but definitely evolved. And you know, like I said, 10 years ago, I was a depressed shell of myself. You know, just you know, getting divorced. You know, I was separated and I was way over about 320 pounds at the time I got really, you know, that was big, you know, and self-conscious. I was in pain every day, and I was like saying to myself, you know, wow, I don't know if I could do this anymore. But one of the things that saved me was, you know, I'm not going to say wrestling saved me because it was still something I was doing to keep my mind occupied, to take my mind off of the depression I was in. But like you said, it's how you live your life. And you know, when you're depressed, you know, you're lonely. You ever been like in a room full of 100 people but still feel lonely?
Yes.
The question is for both of you.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. So, you from there, it forces you to become your own best friend. You have to start doing the things you love to keep your mind occupied, and your mind occupied makes you, it keeps you going. So, and it was really hard as a parent. I think it's harder for parents because you have to hide that depression from your kids. And once the kids are gone, you're back at their, you know, the the mom's house for me, like Jamie's house. I'm right back to where I was. Like I had to hide who I was because I was depressed. But I think it was once I found out I was type 2 diabetic, it went, it changed my life pretty much, and I started losing weight and stuff, and and Mike Lombardi was like, he wanted to change my gimmick to the sexy beast and wanted me to do an Italian Hugh Hefner, and I was like, how the hell am I going to do this? And I was nervous as hell, and little by little, I just started kind of copying Ric Flair, and what I just started doing was just started being myself, not a care in the world, blurring the lines of being sexy and sexual innuendos and things I said and things I did, et cetera, et cetera. It may have hurt me a little bit in the long run, but at the time, looking back, I'm like, yeah, I know, maybe that was stupid, but whatever. I forgot where I was going with this. Oh, we evolve. You have to be able to kind of look back and put yourself in those shoes again. Like if you ever see a meme or a quote, it brings you back to a time where it brings you back to a time where like what you were going through in that one point of your life, and what was going through your mind at that time of your life. And you kind of look back and you kind of be like, you got to be thankful for that because it built you up to where you are today. So, like, say, I'm sure Lou, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. You have a child. I mean, are you married? Are you divorced, or are you still married?
I am married.
Okay, I'm sure you've had troubles in your marriage. I mean, it's not. Yeah, but what's very important in that is friendship. Love and respect for each other, and a lot of people lose that. But the main thing that's important is friendship. And the friendship, comes with respect for each other and knowing what people feel. And generally, like in the same thing with you, it's like you'll be able to look back to what your teacher said to you, 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And how you use that to be where you are now. So in other words, you have to be thankful because you could have taken that advice and be like, hey, wrestling's not real. It's not a real job. You could have just let it go, but no, it bothered you, and it came full circle because look where you are now.
Yes. Yeah. All I remember is I came off that bus that day red in the face because I was so mad.
Right, and it's good to have connections, also, But where did I start? I forgot where I was going with this, but yeah, pretty much you evolve, And to me, how I changed as a person is I'm just comfortable in who I am as a person, inside and out. You got to be one with your heart, mind, and soul, back to be happy. And I brought that to the business. I feel to be a genuine person, because there's a lot of pricks in this business. There's a lot of assholes. They're in this business for sex, drugs, and rock and roll. It's not any different than rock and roll in the music industry. You know what I mean? People just they get in the ring. And they think, they train a month and they think they call themselves wrestlers. I mean, 22 years later, I'm still learning.
But this is an industry that we will continue to learn every single day. I don't think that, if we don't learn, that means we're not doing something right. Even myself, being in the industry but I started off, I wanted to become a wrestler, but I can say that wrestling actually saved my life. Because when my son started training with Eric Rosa, I wanted to start training, but my doctor wouldn't clear me. He wouldn't clear me. Because once it was because of one of them because it was because of my weight as well. But I was going through a lot of medical conditions where I wasn't able to get through and I wasn't able to get cleared. But that was about maybe a year and some change, or maybe a year and a couple months ago, where I was over 420 pounds because of depression, because of medication, because of my medical, because of health. And when I decided to go into the ring, when I decided to get back in, and I took what the doctor told me as motivation, he said, I'm not going to clear you. I took it as motivation. I was like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to make the doctor clear me. I'm gonna make the doctor clear me. And I was like, I still have a little ways to go, but from a year and a half ago, I've lost over 150 pounds.
God bless you. Woo!
I could say that too, you know. And I'm gonna be back in the ring. I'm gonna start training. I'm gonna be in the ring. I'm gonna be running the ropes, even though I can't really do it in front of other people, but I could do it, you know, and behind the scenes and
listen. I will do it with
to a
you.
degree. It'd be like Vince McMahon, you know, at his age where he was still in the ring bumping.
Mm-hmm.
No, listen. I will do it with you. Like once the school opens, let's talk about the school in BCW. What do you got coming up?
Yes.
We're still working on the school because we're still remodeling our facilities.
Yeah.
We got the facility. It's just there was a lot more work than we thought that we had to put into it. And it's a big place, but like I said, it's still needs a little bit more to go. But we're almost there, you know. We're definitely almost there. Hopefully, by the end of, we're looking maybe to November. Sooner than that to actually open the school. Maybe like November, December, to open the school itself. But we're still looking to go out and do another show because we still have to do part 2 of Dawn of the Era. We still have to do all the rest of the matches that we planned, but life got in the way. But we're now, you know, we have to hit back. Just like that old cliche saying, the harder that life hits you, you have to hit it harder.
Well, listen, Lou. I mean, from experience, I mean, you know, your health comes first. You know, you got to take care of yourself and your priorities first. That always comes first, and you know, and I talk about this a lot. I'm like, you know, you ever all you guys watch like Dark Side of the Ring at all on Vice? You know, and I'm saying to myself, you know, people are always focusing on all the negative and all of that stuff on that level of, you know, of the business and the dark side of the ring. Why don't they do documentaries on people that, like, say guys like myself that, you know, at this level where I've raised a family, you know, maintained a full-time job while pursuing a wrestling career all at once. And I'm like, why don't they talk about stuff like that? You know, follow people like that. Like, I feel like that those are true inspirations. Because at the end of the day, you know, I've taken time away from the family. Like, I had shows every weekend at one point where I wasn't traveling a lot, but I pretty much had shows like at least 3 weekends out of the month where I wasn't home on a Saturday night. And, you know, while my kids were young. But no, my kids are older now. That's why I've gotten myself out there. And, you know, my daughter's in college, and, you know, Mikey comes with me to shows. And, I mean, you know, Gemma and, you know, Leah, I mean, you know, Lou, you've met my son because he was at the BCW show. And now I'm bringing him around, not only because he has no choice now, but he can stay home if he wants to. And he sees what goes on behind the scenes. He sees what goes on, you know, what we do and the preparation that goes in. And if there's one thing that I want to leave, you know, in my legacy is, if you could describe me in one word in my legacy, I hope people see passion. I hope that's what people feel and see, because I've had passion for what I do, and that's everything I do in life, including my livelihood and being a father, being a friend, and being a mentor now. And, you know, and I think that's what everybody needs to work on. Like, I feel like I'm light years ahead of many people because I'm working on my legacy now. And, you know, people live all their lives not following their dream. And, you know, because they listen to other people. So, like Lou, for you and Gemma, and Lou, if you use what the doctor's telling you as motivation, you know, I mean, he's going to tell you that you can't never wrestle because you just can't do it. It sticks in your head because you can't unsay words. You can't unhear it. You know, I mean, he's not you. He's telling you to get healthy, but don't have him tell you you can't be in the ring. That's only you. That decision should only be you. And with Gemma, it's like don't let one person discredit your dream.
Right.
If that's what you want to do in your life, you have to go about that in your everyday life also, in everything you do, no matter if it's studying, your job. Because what if you have, your dream of a goal of becoming a WWE superstar and you never make it? Like, what do you do? How do you handle that? Yeah. What if your dream is to make it to WWE and you work so hard, all this preparation, you put all this work in, and the call never comes? What do you do?
I'm sorry, you dropped out for a second.
Did you hear what I said or no?
I heard partially. You asked me what would I do if I've worked my way up to the WWE but don't make it.
If you put this work in preparation, training every day, working on your character, and the call never comes, like, what do you do?
I would keep learning and training and keep working and working until I do get that call, and I'll still do shows and stuff because wrestling is what I want to do, and even if I don't make it to the big leagues, I still want to be a wrestler, and that is that.
I guess I've taught you well.
So, Gemma, how does it feel to have Bull-Dread as a mentor?
It feels good. I've learned a lot, especially from 2 years ago to now. It's the whole journey, and I'm happy that he's on the journey with me. And I'm lucky to have him.
The journey is the gift. The result is what comes after. The journey is truly the gift, and that's just in life. And on my spin on it, I think wrestling relates a lot to life. It's you get what you put in. If you're not putting the work in, like for my where I am in my career right now, what I miss the most is, and it's funny how I thought about this, and I've talked about this before I actually heard it. But do you guys watch the Joe Rogan podcast at all?
No.
I've heard. I've heard a couple episodes.
Okay, he had David Lee Roth on. I know, Lou. I know you know David Lee Roth. Gemma, do you know who David Lee Roth is? I know Mom knows.
Yes,
I know she's listening.
The rock star.
David Lee Roth was the lead singer of Van Halen. Okay? He was on the Joe Rogan show, and I was watching clips of it, and he said this: you could do a hell of a lot more in the getting ready than the actual show. And I said that. I miss the getting ready. I miss the three nights a week, 2 to 3 hours of training every night with everybody. I enjoyed that more than the Friday or Saturday night show that you only get 8 minutes to, showcase what you could do. And because you could go hours of training and have fun, and physically I can't do that anymore. And this is the God honest truth, I've probably not even put 1,000 professional matches in throughout my career, because I've put in maybe about 2,000 to 3,000 of training matches in, worth of bumps, and that's that work, and that's how I perfected. I'm not going to say perfected, but that's where I got my work in, and where I learned and crafted what I do is through training, and that's what I miss the most. So Lou, when the time comes and you're going to put that work in, that's going to be the favorite part of what you're doing, the most fun that you're going to be able to do. And like Gemma, when you start training, you have to treat training like it's the actual show. The same intensity, the same passion, the same love, no matter if there's fans watching or not. And it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt because I feel it today.
But you had a few great matches. Now I saw your great title, your great title win. How did that feel, my brother? Achieving that goal.
It feels good, you know, and I appreciate it. I love it. I mean, it's nice to put out, you know, the belt, to put a picture out on social media of like, yeah, I won a title, you know. The recognition is awesome. You know, like I said in my speech, it's not. It's what this. If you're going to put a belt on somebody, it's not going to make the person.
Right.
It's what the person, the star, brings to the title to make the title prestigious. That's what's important because, you know, what's his name? You know, Roman Reigns. He has the title, but who's the most? If John Cena comes back, who's more popular?
It would be John Cena.
You know, Sheamus could be the world champion, but John Cena is the most over guy in WWE.
Right.
So to me, it's like, you know, the belt really don't mean much anymore. Well, anymore these days, this time, but it feels good. It feels good because I have the torch for the company right now, and I want the company to succeed.
Right.
That's awesome. You know, it's yeah. I don't know. It was like I know they have great wrestlers in that company too, but I saw the Nightmare Spear, right? That's what you call it.
Yes. Yep. I'm calling it the Nightmare Spear. Yep. Lights out, baby.
How did that come about?
Well, I used to do the spear here and there, but it was Alex Rojas where he jokingly said, he goes, "How do you do somebody else's move and do it better than them?" And I hit Chris Battle with it, and he was like, "You do it better than he does." So I used to have another finisher where I used to drop on my ass, and I used to call it the castrator. And I had to kind of stop doing it because of a decade of doing it, landing, you know, taking ass bumps. You know, it kind of messed up my tailbone where I'm not hurt or anything like that. It's just, it's the wear and tear. So I started doing something else. But I'm not going to start doing the spear on the same show as somebody else, you know, as they use it for a finisher. So I do it everywhere else now. And I didn't have a name for it until I was in Rhode Island, and he was like, the Nightmare Spear. And I'm like, there it is right there. You know, it's just weird how things just come about. Like, you know, like I hashtagged myself Sexy Beast one day, and that's where the gimmick came up. I hashtagged myself the original Beast of New England. That's how, no, it came out, the original Beast of Connecticut. And that's how that started. The Hardcore Nightmare was, what's his name? From Jerry Strauss, who does the commentating for Northeast Wrestling. He called me that on one of the shows that I wrestled in Poughkeepsie, New York. And that was over 10 years ago when he called me that. And I'm like, oh, Hardcore Nightmare. He also called me the Hardcore Bulldozer. But the Hardcore Nightmare is kind of sounds better. So you go with what sounds good. You guys see me move because my screen is frozen.
I could see you move.
Okay, I can't see you guys move.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but we're doing. It's still being recorded, so we're good.
Yeah, we good.
You know, like you mentioned, a lot of the finishers that they tend to take a toll on you.
Yes.
And I've seen a lot of wrestlers, like even back in the day, like Hogan with a leg drop, Hardy with a leg drop. Even the damage with the headbutt, the flying headbutt, what other concussions. I mean, these are all things that that the seriousness comes into play with it because as wrestlers we still get hurt, and that's where the realness comes into play.
Yeah, I mean, like I was even at work today. I was kind of like my knees were throbbing, and my legs and my hips. And one of the guys was like, "Yeah, well, I mean, isn't it scripted?" I go, "It's still physical." And he goes, "Oh, you got your ass beat." And I'm like, "Well, I took a couple big bumps. I had the Boss Man Slam. I got the British Bulldog Power Slam, and I was like, it felt good because the harder you hit, the less you feel. But it doesn't mean my joints and the muscle and everything. It doesn't ache later. What kills me more sometimes is the drive because you're sitting in the car for an hour, hour and a half, or 2 hours, and your body stiffens up. That's why as we get older, and you see people that are retired or they're always moving, they're always doing something, because if you sit home, you feel worse. So I have to keep myself moving. That's how I keep myself motivated. When I'm hurting, I remind myself how good I feel after I do my workout. That's why I go to the gym, because I know I'm going to come home and I'm going to feel like crap. But like you said, I mean, I don't have any serious injuries. Just the wears and tears of everything. And sometimes, do you ever watch the documentary, the Bret Hart documentary, Behind the Shadows? I think that's what, Wrestling with Shadows.
Yeah, the Bret Hart documentary, yeah.
He says there's a part in the documentary where he says, he can't wait till he's done and finished in the business. And that stuck with me because I actually said that at one point, where I can't wait where I'm done and where I don't have to worry about, the pain and, the anxiety of going to a show or what am I going to do in the match and this and that, the bullshit they have to deal and the politics of the business and the people. But I know I'm going to miss it because it's been pretty much, almost half my life. Like that's 27, 47. I'll be celebrating 22. Yeah, 22 years in January.
That's a long career, but that's a long.
Yeah.
You've seen the industry about 20 years ago and the difference now from 20 years ago, and it has to be some quite of a history though. I can't imagine how, like, when you first started, now seeing the difference, like you stated before, where you see there's a huge difference. Where back in the day it was more about storytelling. Now it isn't so much, but now it's coming back it's turning around again into the storytelling, and I could see that. I just think about all that, and how great it has become, and how has changed many lives. Because I remember
20 years ago.
Up. Go ahead.
20 years ago, it was less about talent and more about how you look. 20 years later is about what your talent is, and they don't care about how you look. You know what I mean? Like, whoever thought about, okay, she got reached. Okay, Leah was texting me saying that she got kicked off, but like I said, like now it's about they don't care about how you look; it's about your talent. And a lot of the stuff that goes on now that I see with some of the young guys wouldn't fly, I feel, 20 years ago. The things, some people's attitudes, how they talk, what they do, and how they carry themselves. Because the 90%, I would say maybe more than that, maybe about 100% of what's important in this business is how you carry yourself outside of the ring.
I'm trying to put her back into the
Okay.
podcast, but it's not letting me for some odd reason. But
yeah, like my screen is totally frozen. Like I see myself move, but
it's still being recorded. I mean, it's been.
yeah,
I apologize to Gemma because I can't seem to put her back into the podcast. It's not letting me. But
yeah.
it's great having you on here, you know. And I apologize to Gemma, and we'll have her. We'll have you guys again on. Have you guys on again. As you can see, it's the signal went out. Thank you all for listening to us. This is BCW kicking it live with BCW. Y'all have a great day. Y'all have a good night, my brothers and family, and hope to hear y'all again, and hope to hear from you again. And next week we have Shotgun Adams on BCW, kicking it live with BCW. Have a great night, folks. Thank you all. Have a good night. Live, our first show at all times, you know, and we're going to continue moving forward. And like I said, we appreciate you. We met you, you know, a little bit about you and how we met, right?
Mm-hmm.
We definitely met on our first show, the BCW Dawn of a New Era.
Yep.
Fully recommended by our coach Eric Rosa.
Yep.
He said you were a great guy, and he would love to have you on our show. And that's when I first met you there. And you are a great guy, you know, and I'm happy that you were able to participate with us. I'm happy to know you, you know, for that first time we got to know you, and I'm proud, you know. I'm happy to say that I've met a good man, you know. I've met an awesome, hard worker, ethical worker, and we appreciate you being on our debut as a BCW promotion as well.
Well, thank you, man.
You know, and we appreciate you. I mean, from BCW, like Bill from BCW, we appreciate you at all times. You know what I mean? And we appreciate you. You know, I'm trying to get the other camera set so I can see myself, but it's falling all over the place.
It's all good, man. But, you know, I thank you guys for that, you know. Appreciate being part of the first show, being the inaugural talents, you know, one of them for BCW. Shout out to Coach Rosa as well, man. You know, appreciate the kind words on his part as well. And we'll love to see him again soon and participate on the very next show as well. But yeah, man, it's been great. I'm very grateful to be a part of that, man.
We're great for you to be with us as well. Like you stated, this is our first show, our first podcast as well. You've been there from the beginning, haven't you?
Yeah, man.
With the debut, and now you're debuting with the podcast, kicking it live.
Since day one, baby.
Since day one. I mean, we're like I said, we're glad to have you, and we consider you part of our family.
Thank you, man.
And we consider you part of the family, and I think it's great, you know, to have such a great talent along with yourself to be with us from the beginning, and we're looking to we're looking to do big things with us, you know, and we're looking to see great things from you as well.
Hey, man, I'm looking forward to it, man. I'm looking forward to give my hardest works to BCW and, you know, give the best of my talents, the best that I could possibly do, give the best of my fights, my best of wrestling that I can give to the company, to the fans, you know, have everybody tune in, have everybody interested, not only me, but along with the rest of the roster, you know, and management. I'm just ready for all this, man.
We're ready. You know, like I said to you, that was the first day I was able to see you, and I saw you wrestle as well. And I know that you had a for our first show you had a quite a debut with us, and you had two matches, right? You fought Jiggy. You had
Yeah,
a hard fight with
yeah,
Jiggy.
man.
You also took care of you also participated in our Rumble, a battle royale.
Yeah.
But how was it for you for that debut? I mean, like how was it for you for to wrestle for BCW? How was that debut for you? How did it feel coming beyond that curtain?
I mean, it felt good. Don't get me wrong. A little different environment, a little bigger area, a little different, type of theme that was to it. I really appreciate it, and I really enjoyed the match. Hard work, hard fight with Jiggy. I think he hurt himself, and he still wasn't trying to give up, man. And made the best man win. He still ended up on top. It was a great debut. I'll
Yeah,
definitely repeat it all over again. Um, it was, how can I say? I felt like, since it was like the first show, I felt like I was a part of something new. I felt like I was in a new era, kind of like how the ruthless aggression era came about. I felt like that was the kind of something I was entering to, because it was dawn of the new era. And it was the first ever show. So going through those curtains and wrestling Jiggy and being a part of the Rumble and having an opportunity to even participate in the world title match in the tournament, it was a whole different vibe, man. It was great. I definitely was looking forward for the upcoming shows after that too, but um, it is what it is, and it was just a great encounter, man. I really enjoyed it. It was different.
no, we appreciate it. You know, we appreciate everything you did for us in those two battles that you had. You know, and I mean that first fight was hectic. You know, it was chaotic. Even and Jiggy pushed himself along with it. I mean, you did too. And being that you were in both the battles, and I know that being in the battle royale, you must have gotten exhausted. You must have felt exhausted at one
Oh
point.
yeah, man. Don't get me wrong. It's never easy being in the ring. Like, don't get me wrong. It's fun. I love what I do, but it's not easy. And I got encountered with the Cure, Lucas Chase, towards the end of the Rumble, and that isn't no easy task either. Just getting done wrestling Jiggy and having like a 12, 15-minute bout with Jiggy just to enter the Rumble, and having to go face to face with Lucas Chase. That's another hard, heavy hitter. 200 plus pounds type guy right there. And we had to go head up. He ended up being the better man too that night. But yeah, man, I was exhausted, man. It was a battle, but it was a hard pain feeling that you're proud of. I don't know if you kind of understand, but it's like kind of when you get your first paycheck at work. Yeah, you busted your butt, but you're proud of that, because you see your money, you see your check, you're able to pay your bills. That pain feels good.
Yeah, man, I definitely, you know, hold on for a sec. I'm just. Can you hear
Yeah.
yourself? You have your
Yep.
headphones
Yep.
though, right? Okay, nah, man, it was a great show. I mean, and in my point of view, it was a great show. And I know behind the curtains, I mean, I saw that a lot of you knew each other, and a lot of you didn't know each other. But at the same time, we saw that camaraderie between all the wrestlers. We saw that build that relationship between each other. I know we're supposed to be keeping it pro K and pro face and heel, but as running the show from the different perspective, I saw the relationship building. I saw the friendships building. I don't know how you felt backstage, but I saw that, and I know from my point, you know, it was a smooth show, you know, and I appreciate it all. And sorry if you heard
Nah,
that.
you're okay, man. Don't worry about that. But yeah, the backstage
Okay.
vibe, man, that was great, man. You guys were great people. Everyone backstage was great. Even the bad guys, even when they were sitting there, you know, doing their stuff, and it was in a way where, like, all right, brother, we'll see you in the ring. It's still all love back here. Don't worry about it. You know what I mean? But it was all love, all good vibes, friendships all around. Management was great. Higher ups were great. Talent was great. All Everything, all the above. It was just a great day. That's why I'm looking forward for the next event. I'm very looking forward to it. Can't wait.
So tell me about yourself. Tell me a little bit about yourself. How you got involved in the wrestling business? How was it always your passion? How did you get involved?
Well, if that's a backtrack. That's all the way back till I was 5 years old, man. Just wrestling's
Hey,
always been in my home, you know. Athletics in general has always been in my blood, you know. Came from the background of sports. The main sports that used to be seen in my house was pro wrestling and baseball. We had boxing as well, mixed martial arts, all that stuff. That's what I grew up watching from the age of 5 years old. But what really took my eye out the most was pro wrestling. And my uncles and my grandfather, mainly my grandfather, was the one that used to watch all of the Attitude Eras and the Golden Era matches. And I used to sit down and watch it. And it wasn't until I got my first wrestling belt, my first toy wrestling belt, when I was about 6, 7 years old. I finally got one. And ever since then, that was what I always wanted to make sure I achieved in my life one day, whether it was in MMA, whether it was in boxing, whether it was in pro wrestling. But that right there was what caught my attention, and the way they moved in there, the way they told the stories, and the way it was just how it was on TV and all that stuff brought my attention as a kid, gave me that love and passion to want to develop that skill and talent to be able to tell a story. And I was never able to find school, so I basically stopped, you know, watching wrestling or doing any of that stuff. And it wasn't until I met Paul Roma that I ended up getting that thrive back, because, you know, I ended up struggling and doing some stuff in the streets that I don't recommend anyone to do, you know, struggles and bull crap that I don't wish upon anyone. So I met Paul Roma, and he gave me that passion back. And stepping foot in the ring and being able to like impress and gain love from the fans and people gave me that love and passion. So yeah, long story short, sitting down as a kid with my grandfather watching wrestling and seeing the look in his face when he used to be excited watching it, that's what gave me the love and passion as well, to be able to like do this and put that same exact smile on his face that all them other pro wrestlers have done. You know, all of his favorites, you know, that he grew up watching, that he grew up with me watching, you know, that he raised me watching, and all that stuff. And then my uncle, he's special needs. So every time he saw wrestling toys and all of that stuff, he would get so excited. Every time he saw Paul Baird and the Undertaker, he was so excited. That also gave me a thrive in my heart to be like, all right, I want to be an action figure one day that I can give to my uncle, that my uncle can be like, hey, you know, I once had these when you were a baby, and now I have one of you when you're a grown man. You know, you actually did it. And those are my motivations. That's the passion that came into me to do what I do now.
so what match was it that really got you? That really got you at that age?
The match that, well, when I first saw it, it was Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior when they fought at
Nice.
SummerSlam, but I really didn't know much about it. So I saw his face paint on the Warrior, and I always been a fan of like superheroes and stuff like that. So he seemed like this type of superhero that paints his face like a warrior type of superhero, that paints his face like a mythical god, like a Thor, you know, but just with a face paint on. And that right there caught my attention with my very first match that I really liked. But I'm not really too big of a fan of I don't know how to really explain this. I'm not too big of a fan of Hogan like that. It was the Warrior that caught my attention. And then after that, I didn't get to see another match until the Hardys. So when it was Jeff Hardy and Edge and Christian at the TLC matches, after when I saw Jeff do that swanton, that was it. You know, that was it.
Right there,
That was
huh?
it right there. You know, it doesn't matter how he did it, where he did it, how it came from. But when he did the swanton, whether it was top ropes from the inside to the outside, top of the ladder, top of the stage, that right there was like, oh yeah. And then when he came out with the face paint, that was it, you know, because it reminded me of the Warrior. It reminded me of Sting. All those people that my uncle was watching. And yeah, those were the two matches that really made me go, wow, you know, like, damn. And then I really want to do this. And then in 2009, to the CM Punk and Jeff Hardy feud, felt so realistic, it was so real. Like I literally felt that storyline, that was the storyline that officially told me, all right, this is what I want to do. You know, because I really was able to relate with Hardy because my family, we come through that part of the struggles, and you know how addiction and all those things, you know, we come from that side of town. So when I saw that feud as well, that was the third feud that caught my attention, and this happens to be my favorite. So that right there was the feud that said I want to tell a story like that one day, and I will do it. That's one of my favorite matches of all time.
But that was a great match, though. I remember it. You know, I remember it, and it was an awesome match. It was a great match, and that's when it started to become a little bit more hardcore-ish in a sense with the TLC and the chairs and the tables and the ladders. But it was a great match. I remember it. I remember it too. But now that you mentioned you growing up and how wrestling to a degree has impacted you in a sense, and being in the streets, and you know, we all tend to have a bad point in our lives, right? Mm-hmm. Where we always get that influence in other people, and who do you look up to at that point, like as in wrestling, or you mentioned superheroes and whatnot. So who else do you consider like a superhero towards you in this industry?
In the wrestling industry, to be honest,
yes,
the main person that I really can see changed a lot and stuff in this pro wrestling world, that's like one of my favorite, that's like the top hero to me, has been, I gotta say, Kurt Angle. He's one of those that is like a superhero to me because, you know, the dude won a gold medal with a broken freaking neck. You know what I mean? Like, what superhero, what person you know that can do that? All I know is superheroes that get thrown off of that, break their necks, and then get back up and beat the villain. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like, I see him as one of those superheroes, you know, the American hero. Like, he's the one that stepped in and kind of like made it open for, and made it a sport, you can basically say, you know what I mean? Because he came from the Olympic side. Once he came in, is like they made it seem like it became a sport after that. Now it's like, all right, let's do this. Like, now we got the athletics in. He's the American hero. He won it with a broken neck, and then what they're saying now about Cody Rhodes, that Kurt Angle won a gold medal with a broken freaking neck, and then Cody Rhodes beat Seth Rollins with a broken freaking pec. You know, like, those are the superheroes of this industry to me. And right there, like, those are the Titans, man. You know, top dogs. Cena too, don't get me wrong. He became that rapper guy turned superhero, you know, became this big old, like a Hulk, you know. Don't get him angry because he's going to just bulk up and lift like 3 people at the same time, you know. Like, that's superhero status stuff right there. So, yeah, those are like the main 3 big heroes I can say kind of gave me an influence as well. If you want to go crazy, then we'll say the Hardys, you know, Jeff Hardy, Edge and Christian. If you want to talk crazy, then, yeah, there we go. Those are the ones.
So who influences you now as your character, as your gimmick? Because we know you by Sunset Steve. Mm-hmm. Who's been your major? I know you mentioned Kurt Angle, the Hardys, and all these other people that you find influential. But right now, in this state or in this point of life, your character, as in Sunset Steve, who has been your major, like, who's been the most influence?
Speaking of influences, yes, you know, we're speaking in the past of the influences, which when I mentioned Kurt Angle, the Hardys, and all that stuff, CM Punk, that's all, you know, in the past. I want to talk about modern day and, like, today's era right now. I usually don't try to, like, basically, let me say, every single wrestler in the industry, no matter what, you walk through those ropes, you step foot in that ring, you lay your life down on the line, that's an influence on its own. You know, that right there, every single wrestler, every single person that walked through there is an influence. You know, like, but there's someone that I want to look up to character-wise that's doing good, man. It's God mode, bro. You know, Roman Reigns right now is on a level that is like, God, man, like, why he thought of it, you know, like, nobody, that's what he had in his mind for so long, kind of makes you feel like, why I didn't think of that, why this guy didn't think of that, You know why that other guy didn't think of that? Is that influence right there that makes me that Roman Reigns today is the one that I kind of really look up to a lot the most. You know, Roman Reigns. You want to get into the tag team thing. The Usos are really look up to as well, and the influence that they're bringing into the table. So in this era, yeah, man, that's the person you got to look up to right now, man.
You're Hispanic,
Yes.
right? From Puerto Rican
Yep.
descent, or you're actually from the
I'm
island?
from Sabana Grande, Puerto Rico. I touched foot over here in Connecticut at the age of 5 years old.
But okay, that's awesome, you know, and you know that wrestling is big as well in Puerto
Yeah,
Rico.
man.
You spoke about your grandfather looking or watching those shows and watching this Puerto Rican or the wrestling. It reminds me of those wrestlers and back in the day of that. I guess of that time. I'm assuming from your grandmother or your grandfather. We're talking about like the 80s,
Yeah.
right? Late 80s.
Yeah, like my grandfather, he used to watch the WWC, you know, the World Wrestling Council and IWA and all those places. But at that time, I wasn't born. So I don't really remember when I was 3, 4 years old like that. So when we touched foot in Connecticut, he still kept watching wrestling, but we didn't have those channels over here. We couldn't really watch WWC or IWA on regular TV here. Something you have to like look up or have like a special cable box to get through. Sometimes we got lucky because like maybe they'll air like an hour on Telemundo or something, or Univision or a specific Spanish channel. You know, if you had Direct TV or something, there's sometimes we'll air it. But yeah, he mainly had us over here watching WWE, ECW, TNA. You know, as we were growing up. So we never really had the chance to watch all those other promotions because we didn't have those channels. But by God, best to believe he would have watched every single bit of wrestling, man. He watched every bit of wrestling. And that's probably, I think, by far something that I think I look up to too. Because he watched all forms of wrestling, and I think that's why I like to perform all forms of wrestling. You know?
I think it was something that as a I guess a Puerto Rican family or a Hispanic family, we all kind of grew up with that.
Mm-hmm. It's not,
you know, even my father and my grandfather, you know, they absolutely loved wrestling, and actually, you probably didn't know that, but my dad was actually at that show at BCW. Donovan,
wow,
yeah, he
that's
was
good.
there,
That's good.
and he loved it. He loved it, and he actually he liked your character a lot. And after we left, after we were done, everything that we were doing, he spoke about you for a week straight.
Well, tell him I said thank you. Shout out to your pops.
I'll let
it's
him
either
know.
pro wrestling or baseball. That's the two loves we endure the most, man. Boxing too.
He remembered you by your clothing,
My
your
gear,
costume.
yeah, I got to represent. I got the
your gear.
Already on there. I got my Taino sun, represents the sunset in Taino language. So.
But he did. He remembered you for like a week straight. He kept talking about you. How you did your thing.
Well, I appreciate it.
And he wants to see he wants to see you again. He said whenever for the next show he wants to go. He wants to actually personally speak with you and talk to you and just to have that one-on-one with you in that conversation.
Hey man, I'm down. Shout out to your pops, man. Tell him I said thank you.
I appreciate that, man. Cool, and we were talking about like dream matches. We've seen like the Ultimate Warrior versus the Hulk Hogan, the Shawn Michaels versus Undertaker, the Lex Lugers, the Kurt Angles. Who would be your dream? Like, I know it's kind of out there, but if you ever had a dream match, who would you go against?
Like me as my opponent?
As your opponent.
Oh man, there's so many of them, man. There's so many, but somebody I would definitely love to step foot in the ring with. It definitely has to be Seth Rollins. That's gonna be one match that if I know it's a fantasy, you know what I mean, but you never know. It can happen. But
you never know.
That would be a dream match of mine, probably stepping foot in the ring with Seth and tearing the house down. Because there's so much I can probably learn from him, so much I can take some, like, not in a bad way, but so much that I can learn, so much that I can, get from his learning tree. Probably kick my ass, but yeah, at the end of the day, that's a dream match of mine that I would love to step foot in with, and hopefully it will happen. Not only him, but I would definitely love to step foot in the ring with Gargano. Johnny Gargano has been someone that I watch a lot, and I would love to wrestle him one day. And enough of guys in WWE, but besides a guy in WWE, if there's someone that I want to step foot in the ring outside of WWE, I would definitely love to have a one-on-one with Eddie Kingston. If I could one day get a match with Eddie Kingston, because I feel like I can relate with him a lot. Like he's Puerto Rican, I'm Puerto Rican. Like we can relate in a lot of ways. He struggled, I struggled, family struggled, and that's a story that we both can tell very well. And that's a dream match of mine that I've been wanting for a while, is actually wrestling Eddie Kingston. But I got to work my way up to that. I got to work my way up to that. And hopefully one day I'll be walking down the stage one-on-one with Eddie Kingston.
But I hope to see that. I'll be the first one to be cheering you on, man. That'll be great. That's awesome. When that happens, because we have to manifest it. That's how they say we have to manifest.
Yeah, man, just have to go forward, keep thriving,
keep on grinding,
sure.
man. But no, I don't know if you saw our post in regards to announcing that you won't be on our podcast, on our show, and you didn't see the comment?
No.
There was a comment. Someone calling you a bozo.
I already know who you're talking about, man. Just by that, you talking about Noriega.
Yeah. Noriega, man. He called you what a bozo.
Man, it takes one to know one, right? Takes one to know one.
How was this feud happening going on with you? Because he's calling you a bozo on social media.
Oh, we go way back. Don't get me wrong. Like, we go way back. Childhood days, man. We go back to when I landed. I landed here in Connecticut. It's one of the first peoples that I met. He struggled. I struggled. Like I said, both our families were very similar, and yeah, we did wrestling when we was a kid. We watched it, built rings in my basement from beds and stuff. Then we grew up with each other. We even shared the same room at times, ate out of the same fridge. Once I got into some trouble, I had to go away for some time. And after that, I guess we can say lost communication, you can say. Came back to my wife, got married, had my kids, changed my life around, started training, became a pro wrestler, actually carried on with what I was doing as a kid, with what I loved, my passion, with what I wanted to be. It wasn't until Greg Baylor that I had this whole thing with him. I don't know what vendetta he had against me. I guess he wanted to prove a point. I don't know what it was. I guess Greg Baylor did some research. He ended up doing his little research on me, I guess, and figured out that me and Fly 9 have some history. So he went out all the way to my territories just to hire Fly 9 Noriega unexpectedly from me. I had no idea. And it was just a coincidence that we meet again and we finally get this encounter after 8 years that we haven't seen each other. I think we were about maybe 15, 16, maybe 17 the last time 17, because that's when I had to go away for some time. 17 years old, that was the last time I seen him. And then fast forward last year, Greg Baylor goes to my territories, does the research, finds Noriega. I guess hires him. Noriega has this vendetta. He's been dying to see me. He couldn't find me. He finally gets to find me through Greg Baylor. Greg Baylor broke his ankle. He couldn't compete in the Anytime Any Gauntlet. So he thought he was slick. He thought he was going to be able to still manage a way to get me out of the gauntlet, and any way possible for me not to compete in that match or try to get me off my game. mind games. And that's when I met Noriega again. Came out through the curtains. We had this encounter. We fought right there in the ring, like right there in the middle of it. We just said, whatever, you wasn't announced in the match, but if you want to fight, we can fight. He came in, got in the ring, we started fighting. Referee wrong. Management just made him a part of the tournament. And following after that, he's just a snake, man. We had a regular match. He wanted to prove that, the history in the past, and he wanted to show that he's back. He wanted to show that he's here, and he wanted my attention again. So he requested a match at PAPW in an alley fights against me, and he happened to be dirty. Want to excuse my language? Want to freaking take out brass knuckles and attack me. He wants to take it personal. Like I understand we lost communication. Like I always try to tell him this. Like I understand we lost communication, but it's not my fault. Like I had no choice. Like I had to go. And then coming back home, like the only focus you're gonna think about is your wife and kids, man. He's not trying to grasp that through his head. So all he wants to do is attack me. It got to the point where he even broke into my house. I don't know if you've seen that. I don't know if you've seen it. But my camera footage at my home caught it. Broke into my house, assaulted me in front of my wife and kids. He had the audacity to even take my sneakers. Like he has this vendetta. Like I understand. I keep trying to tell him. I try to apologize him over and over again. Like I don't know what else he wants me to do. He keeps on talking about this, talking about that I'm holding up back lies, that I'm not being truthful, I'm not being honest to the world. He just wants to expose me, but there's nothing to expose. I keep trying to tell him there's nothing to expose. I keep telling him, you want to come back into this. You want to come back into my life. You want to come back into the family. I have no problem. You know what I mean? I got no problem with you. Doors are always open. But I guess he wants to keep attacking me, man. He wants to keep doing this. And now it's finally all going to end because on September 16th, I stepped foot in the ring with him one-on-one again. And this is gonna end it all. Because now he's pushing it, because now he's attacking me on social media. He's attacking me at home. He's literally trying to take the demon out of me. He's trying to take another side out of me. He's trying to get my dark side out. He's trying to expose the truth out of me. Trying to get that side of me that brought me into that bad times, that put me away for some time. He's trying to get that side out of me out. He's trying to expose me to the world and who I really am. And that's not who I am anymore. And that's why he's attacking me on social media, calling me bozo this, bozo that. Sunset sissy this, sunset sissy that. If he would have been a true friend, someone from the past that actually saw me growing up, he would have been congratulating me right now. He would have been saying, I know we lost communications or whatever, but I'm proud of what you're doing. Not just come back and attack me. That's just some hater shit. Excuse my language again. That's just, he's just hating out of love. If that makes any sense. He's hating, and not hating because he wants to what I have or be what I have. He's hating because he loved my family. He's hating the fact that he still has love for me. He's hating the fact that he still has love for my family. And he just wants for us to show him that same one back, but he's not going to get it in this way. But what he is going to get is a whooping of his lifetime on September 16th, because he's going to get that dark side of me now. People are going to see another side of Sunset they've never seen before. And that's thanks to him. It's thanks to him. And I don't know if this sounds real to you right now, because I'm as real as it could possibly be. That's why it might not, some people are not going to understand what I'm saying right now. I hope you understand where it's getting from. But I blew this out of proportion. It was just a simple question that you asked me. But I just had to get this out of my chest, man. Like,
definitely, we have to get ready for September 16th, you said, right? Where is it going to be at?
Pro Wrestling. It's going to be at 662 Co Ave. EPW noticed what we're going on. I guess this man, like, literally Noriega has just trying to find any way possible in any promotion he can possibly get to get his hands on me. So, EPW.
But it hasn't been just this promotion.
He's been coming at me in TCW. He's came at me in PAPW. He's coming at me now in Empire Pro. For example, I'm pretty sure he has something to do with the reason he cost me the tag titles at CPW August 19th. Before Mega Clash. I'm pretty sure he had a reason in that. Something had to give. There's no reason why Greg Baylor had to come out. No reason for that. I ended that a long time ago. You know, Greg Baylor want to come out, distract me, get me out of my game. He gave Battle Academy the upper hands to pin my partner, you know, for the CPW tag titles. And that I'm not really too worried about that, but it still kind of bothers me a little bit because I don't like that snake stuff. Like, I know there's something that had to do with both of them. So I'm gonna get to Greg Baylor on another day on that part. But I know him and Noriega have something to do with that. But yeah, they've been coming at me in just about every different promotion now. And Empire Pro Wrestling, I guess he contacted them or they contacted him. I don't know what's going on, but it's 1-on-1, September 16th. And September 16th, everyone's going to know the truth. So.
Well, you know, you're going to see this video, so you might respond. So.
Hey, like I said.
You heard it from here, from the debut, from Kicking It Live.
He can see it, he can hear it, he can believe it. That's one thing for sure. Because when you fed up, you get fed up, man. Like, when you get tired of it, that's it. And never push a good man to the edge. Never push a good person. Never push a good brother. You know, like, sometimes I haven't seen a brother for 10 years. And it's all love the minute we see each other. You know what I mean? There's no heat. We're grown men. We're adults. It ain't no more time for hangouts. It ain't no more time to be out and about. And that's what he was expecting on my return. You know, on me coming back into the world, into the streets, into here, into touching foot back into the ground. You know, he was expecting a hangout. He was expecting a call. He was expecting us to chill and go, to clubs and bars and party and do all this stuff and go back into the streets, get that money, go hustle. Like, nah, man, that wasn't my mindset when I came home. I had to come home to my wife and kids, you know, like, and we're going to find out what his true intentions were on my return. But all he had to do was just say, yo, what's up? You forgot about me? You know, we would have talked it out. We would have just talked like brothers, you know, like friends, like childhood friends. That's it. But nah, he wants to blow it out of proportion, man. I don't know if he wants to make himself seem tough. You know, I don't know what it is. But yeah, man, he's taking it to another level.
So let's see what happens on September 16th.
Yeah, man,
I will try to be there. I want to try to be there
tune
myself.
In because it's gonna be a fight. Like, this is not just a wrestling match. This is gonna be a fight. Like,
this is the match.
This is a match that's going to end it all. Like, we are going to beat each other down because I'm tired of it. This is what he wants. This is what he's gonna get. Like, it's been months now of him bashing me on social media. As you notice, I don't pay him no mind. You know, I don't pay him no mind. I let him talk to himself on social media because, like, how did Meek say one time? What trigger fingers turn to Twitter fingers? You know, what happened to this? Now you all this. What happened to this? Now you all this. What happened to that gangster stuff? You know, what happened to that talk to him? What happened to that fly stuff? This ain't fly, man. That ain't fly. But hey, it is what it is. Let him be. I do my talking in the ring now after this, you know?
Definitely. You mentioned, I know it was kind of like a question out there because he put it himself on Facebook, the post. He called you a bozo, so I wanted you to know, you know, in regards to that, so you could have a response.
I appreciate you letting me know because I really had no idea. Like, I honestly had no idea until you just mentioned it. So, you know, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
I had a problem, you know, and I know that you mentioned your family, your wife, and your kids. How is the support from your family? Do they love seeing you do what you love?
Like, my daughter, she goes to everybody because she knows how to work a phone now, which I really don't like. But she knows how to work a phone now, and she goes on YouTube and tells everybody. Goes to grandma, goes to aunts and uncles. This is my daddy. This is my daddy wrestling here. Goes to YouTube or to whatever app that I'm on wrestling. She clicks on it and shows everybody. Goes to her teachers in school, tells the teachers, because that's my daddy named the Sunset, you know. It's great. My son, all he does is people in headlocks, you know, because he loves what I do. Every time that's my dad, you know, they cheer, they watch all my matches, and they actually watch it, you know. They actually are watching it. It's not like just TV's on and they're playing. They're actually watching it. And my wife, she supports me all the way, man. She doesn't mind the times that I'm away. Like she knows that my schedule and this wrestling business really takes a lot of time. So the little bit of time that she gets, she appreciates it, and she doesn't take it for granted. But yeah, she supports me with the things that I need to do. If the kids need to be watched or whatever, they need to be taken care of. She makes sure they got what they need while I'm away. Um, there's anything that they need, she lets me know. She keeps me intact. She makes sure that I'm at every show that I need to be on. She makes sure that I do the best that I need to do for my career. And she's one of my biggest supporters because honestly, if it wasn't for her, like I probably wouldn't be doing this right now too. She's one of the reasons why I want to make it in this career, because I want to give her and my kids the best life, the life they never thought they'll have. And if this is the way I have to do it, on what I know how to do best, and I have to lay my life down on the line every single night in that ring, for the fans and for my family to be able to have the life that they want, then so be it. I'm going to make sure of it. And she's my biggest supporter. She's the one that gave me that drive to make it happen. Because every time, even if she doesn't know about wrestling or what it is, she sits down and watches that match just because I'm in it. Just because I'm in it. She'll share a wrestling event, just because her husband is doing it. And that's the support, that you need. That's the support that you need. Yeah, I understand, everyone that's on there need that support. But, she doesn't really know the business or who they are. She's just supporting her husband. And that right there is, you can't ask for anything better than that. You can't. Like, she's a big part of my career, a huge part. Like, probably one of the biggest parts. Like, she's definitely the backbone.
That's awesome to hear. It's because it's really hard on wrestlers and family life, because we know even independent wrestlers or even big time wrestlers, I mean, they still have issues with family wise, because they're always traveling. And it's good to know that at least you have some
Oh
support from
yeah,
your
man.
family, because we've heard the stories of these big time wrestlers losing family because of their schedules and whatnot. And the most important part of a wrestler is to maintain that family, because family comes first, anyways.
Always.
You know what I mean? And it's good to hear. It's good to know that you
Hmm.
usually have that support. And it's
Yeah,
great.
and I try to explain sometimes to people that are younger than me that don't have kids and are in the business, that don't have a wife, they're just wrestlers, and they have all the time in the world, to be able to go all around the world, to do what they do. And I always try to let them know the best way possible that, when you have a family and you have kids, that's the main priority. You cannot always think that being, how could I say, like, always basically saying that wrestling and laying your life down on the line like that every single time is not going to be the main priority. And if you're going to do it, make sure you do it for the right reasons, and it's to feed your family and make sure they have a roof over their heads. I always try to let all the young talent know stuff like that, man. But speaking to what you were saying, right? My last words to Noriega is, what was it to say? The quote: "One, two, Freddy's coming for you, but this time Sunset's coming for you, and it ain't gonna be pretty. It ain't. I'm gonna show you exactly what used to happen back in the day. Let you know. You're gonna see exactly, because after that, it's straight to the top. After September 16th, once I'm done with Fly Night Noriega, I'm looking forward to reach the top of my game. I'm looking forward to be bigger than I ever thought I can possibly be, and just get even bigger. Because, like Big E said it best, if you're not in this game to get to the top, to be at the top, to be number one, you don't deserve to be here. And that's one thing that I got also in a message for Fly Night Noriega. If you're not going to step foot in that ring to fight and step foot and be on top, then you don't deserve to be here. Not at all. It's the same grit I had in the streets. It's the same grit I have in the ring. And that's the same grit I'm going to continue having for the rest of my career. I'm going to do my best, and I'm going to be the best I can possibly be after September 16th and counting. I know it sounds a little, I don't mean to sound this way, but it's the truth. Everybody should have that heart in them to want to be up here, not there, not stay neutral, up here to the very top. You could get them at the door, 662 Co-Ave, East Haven, Connecticut. You can definitely just walk up, get them at the door, or I think they're on Eventbrite.com as well. So I think it's Empire Pro Wrestling Hot Shot. If it's not on Eventbrite, then you can definitely get the tickets at the door. So yeah, I think doors are opening. I think the show starts at 7. I think, I'm not sure, but it's right on the card, anyways. But yeah, you can just walk up to the door and get and buy tickets there. Yeah, just go to Empire Pro Wrestling and you drive there, walk up to the door, get your ticket. Definitely, man. Definitely, man. And that's good because it is gonna be a fight. I'm telling you, man. You can only take so much, you know. Only take so much from someone, and that's it, man. Like I didn't want to do it because I'm not the type of person to put my hands on friends or family, brothers. That's not what I do. I don't like to. I don't like to fight my people that I love because you never know when is your last day. You know, you never know when is the last time you're gonna wake up. So this is why I don't understand why he's doing it, man. We're supposed to love each other, man. You know, we're supposed to have love. We're supposed to be brothers. And for you to have this vendetta, this hate, you know, like hate that you love or love that you hate. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what you want to call it, but he really needs to stop, man. He really needs to understand that the doors are open. And I don't know what message he wants to prove, but I'm proving to him that the doors are going to be open even after I will. Even after September 16th, I'm that type of person that's still gonna have that heart and that door open for him. Either he takes it or he don't. That's up to him. Definitely, man. I can't wait either, bro. I can't wait. I definitely can't wait for BCW. So let me know as soon as it starts up. Let me know. All right, brother, man. Thank you, man. Have a good one.
This is the host Louis Lavoy. We have Nick and our guest is Shotgun Adams. We're live. We're live through Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. So we're live. So as we proceed, they're gonna see us and they end up chatting with us. I'll let you know what they say, and I'll let you see what they're talking about as well. All right.
But
So once again, Shotgun Adams. I mean, the first time that I met Shotgun Adams was actually at the show, Dawn of a New Era. It was great having you there. I mean, we saw you work like a man, and it was we were happy to have you. It was an honor to have you there. We saw you. I saw you come in. I saw you help with the ring, break down, break in. You were there. You were there through the entire show, man, and you lasted. You were there. In the 15 battle royale, you were almost the last one standing too. You were there the entire time. You battled it out. I remember that, brother.
that was a long all around, and was what it was that didn't come out on top. Yeah. But there's always
You were the first one to go in, and almost one of the last ones to leave. So, and we were there for a while.
yeah, I got snuck up on a lot. A lot of
let's just say a lot of people. I'm not trying to snitch. Let's just say a lot of the fact that there were a lot of people in that room, a lot of referees that could see what was saying.
What do you mean by that?
Like I said, man, I'm not here to snitch. I'm not here to do what they had to do to get ahead. What it is. I
Yeah, I
wager
remember.
that if that did not happen, a bit differently. Could have been me shot to BD Cruz, but you know what? You know that man. There's no that you know down the line that belt.
The belt, BCW belt. Who knows? Maybe down the line we'll see that match. That'll be a great match. I can tell you that for a fact.
As a fan, I would love to see that match.
I mean, well, it's up to the powers that be at this point, right? Whoever the wizard is behind the, and I guess to it does win the title. I guess it's up to BD. He wins the belt or not. If he wants to throw hands, hard to find.
But then you also have Sean O'Malley that could also win the belt.
Hey man, Sean O'Malley could be BD Cruz, could be like what I want, and I know what I have to do to get there. And you know, man, I get a shot. It won't be like 14 other people. One on one. And keep on coming and showing everybody what.
Yeah, I remember your promo that you did for the Royal, for the Battle Royale. You were sitting at a restaurant, if I remember, and you spoke about that. And
I'm not gonna sit here and pretend to be like humble, and I'm not gonna sit here and pretend to be something I'm not. Like, I am. I know what I'm about. Rock with it, cool. People don't rock with it. Regardless, I know my worth, and I know what to do to get that worth.
That's a respectable work ethic. That is, and I feel like that's fan seeing the Iron Man performance that you put on at the Battle Royal was as a wrestler in training, it was like inspiring. It was very climatic. Like it was like very like a great moment.
Yeah. Unfortunately, 1 second after going through all those people, got the better of me, and it is what it is. So I I can sit here and make a bunch of excuses. At the exact same time, you know. At the end of the day, Nakoma Tala, I don't know. Like I was hitting the head a lot. I
Okay.
think, if I remember correctly, who won the? Does anybody remember?
What was the question?
Who won the battle?
If I'm not, oh, I have her card, and I'm drawing a blank.
It was
The one
Nakoma
that,
What is it,
Tala,
Nakoma?
wasn't it?
Yeah, Nakoma.
yeah,
Yeah, I was gonna say
it was
Nakoma.
Nala.
Right. So she got the shot. That's cool. Like,
Yeah, no, but let's not like I said. Who knows? Maybe down the road you'll see, we'll see you going out for that belt and going against Tala, going against Sean O'Mari. You know, even probably going against BD Cruz. It'll be something to looking for. It'll be something great to be looking forward to.
yeah. I mean, maybe they might, you know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I know. I saw this last. You did another recent promo not that long ago. I saw. You were. Yeah, it was. I don't know who it was against. I know that you did that promo and it was kind of, you were kind of heated. I think it was like the other day that I saw it.
I mean, I'm a naturally passionate. You going to get that side of me more often than not. Always try to come through intensity, no matter the situation. I'm here for the money. I'm here to. Yeah,
Who was that promo against though?
I mean, you'd have to be specific. Was it May? Was it June? Like a lot of dudes I've been fighting these past couple of months.
It was like recent, like maybe like a couple of days ago.
If you're talking about the what I was saying about pro wrestling magic, that is entirely because they've been playing too many games with me. I understand that they have a show on September 24th. I was
Okay.
going to go there, and I was because I don't like to be jerked around. I don't like my time. I don't like to play for a fool. Feel me? And when that happens, react accordingly. If I go over there and I crack a couple people upside the head,
You might just head over there, huh? I might have to see that.
you could peep it live on IW Saturday night. I'm not. You're not gonna know when, but I'm somebody getting jawed.
So I'm gonna have to peep that out for real, man. I'm gonna have to go see this.
It's gonna be quite a sight.
Yeah, exactly what happens when you do and you want to start, and try to like whatever. And I'll show, and I will take anywhere. Could be BC all over the New England area. Could be country, anywhere in the world, really. I will come through with the same time. Because I reiterate, Earth, I know what I have to do. And if I got to crack a few, I might with that. I said this was an easy business.
What got you into this business, though? Tell me about that, if you can, if you want. What got you into this business?
I've been a wrestling fan to do this since I was 10 years old. I out of high school, I'm like, college, I don't want a 9 to 5. I didn't be considered a normal life. What I was learn how to do, and then when I did learn, I would go out and make my way. I remember as much money as I can. There are things I did that I'm proud of, things I'm proud of to get where I want. But you know, the past. But there were times where I because learning this game, and I always have energy. Just because you spend a certain amount of time does not mean you can't learn something new every day. You think that you can't learn anything in this game, or it is the day that you're just gonna sink yourself, because there's always going to be people, and I'm not ashamed to admit this. They're working harder than I am, and I just have to make sure that I'm in that top one.
I hear you, my brother. I hear you. Who do you model yourself for after? Who was like one of your favorite gimmicks that you base your gimmick off, or who you are?
I would say I was heavily inspired by Eddie Guerrero, Mick Foley, especially Cactus. A little bit of Homicide, a little bit of so. Definitely a lot of I watched a whole lot of Harley races.
There's things
It's
of
different to
the.
hear.
Go ahead, Nick.
What's up?
I was just gonna say it's different to hear an answer like Homicide. You don't really get that. A very very valid choice.
Oh yeah, Homicide. Not to say wrestling before Homicide. You know, there was New Jack and things like that. But like, I don't know, Homicide was like that came from the same streets that I came from, you know, that went out there and did his thing himself and did it his way. And you know, I'm just here like I was feeling it. I think I said some of the Jersey All Pro DVDs.
I think that's probably pro wrestling is that you can always look and know when you look and you can always find somebody that either can or is somewhat similar to you in a certain way. It's another reason why I, like you said, Eddie Guerrero was one as a Hispanic male, seeing somebody like that in a championship as high as the WWE championship was just to no end, and it continued with like Rey Mysterio and so on. You know, Alberto Del Rio. You know what I'm saying?
I understand completely. Like Eddie Guerrero, it's hard to believe this now, but I was always like, I was a kid, like very small, very skinny. So like up until Eddie Guerrero wrestling was colored by whatever Vince McMahon, everybody had to be like a giant or whatever. Every figure, and not to say Eddie Guerrero wasn't, but like he was literally no taller, like 5'7", 5'8", maybe. I don't know. So yeah, man was no taller than my father, and like in a land full of eating out of the palm of his hand, and I'm just like, and from there I was hooked. SmackDown like every week. Eddie Guerrero.
Who do you think is one of the more underrated from the past generations? Because personally, I feel like slept on wrestler for not only ring psychology promos is Bret Hart, because his people sleep on his promos. That Bret Hart was actually pretty decent at cutting promos.
Who sleeps on?
I've seen a couple people say that Bret Hart as great on the mic, which I feel is completely was great on the mic.
To be honest with you, like 90 the point, because Bret was always under the microphone. But I don't think anybody hit that Bret Hart was slept on for his ring work. That's
was always everyone knew that Bret Hart was just a great fun.
I think that like I don't know if you're talking to like Owen Stans or Shawn Michaels who were better, and you can debate all day on who was better. You know, I don't think anybody was sleeping on Bret.
Only on promo skills, but that's really nowadays. But I feel like that's just because people just like once I feel like people just have like a revisionist history where they just write things a certain way. So I feel like people now in newer generations
say that like when it like like in my experience, the way that to listen to you is like you have to get them to, there has to be something like real what you're doing, even if some outlandish gimmick or whatever, there has to be something that people can like gravitate to. Otherwise people can just like pixie sticks down somebody's throat and the artifice.
You know, going back into the gimmick and the character, sometimes there's part of your gimmick of your character that reminds me of Brian Pillsman, Loose Cannon's gimmick.
I appreciate that compliment. Brian Pillman growing up. I wasn't for his foot deal. Stars of the attitude era, like case I wouldn't legitimately say that I have, because for a long time, like everybody was character, you know, you gotta and at the end of the day, I'm just like, know how to be that. So you're like, I don't know, you know, like from Brooklyn that's into a lot of different types of shit. I'm ruthless when I want it. You know, so let's just say it, and that's how people started finally taking. When I dropped all the extra shit. I can say that kind of thing works for everything. You know, some people like nobody's gonna say and think Kane was really like a that could summon, but there has to be like something I feel rooted in, like latch onto you. I I just decided that the only other thing too about me was I'm just being me. Every coming out of my mouth, everything that I do is 100% here, 100% from him. Don't script myself. I don't have like ever like nah. I just let it rock.
That's cool, man. That's really cool. Um, what will you say to those up and newcomers, like someone like Nick? He looks up to you and that just wants to get into it. What will you give? What advice would you give? What would you say to these upcomers?
I'm gonna be real. I don't think I'm in a position to give people advice. If you had to put a gun to my head, and I would say, no matter daunting that this daunting is hell, bro. Like don't get it twisted. Break into this. It's even harder to stay. I would say hard work. Trump. I would say hit the gym, builder or an action figure, but this is less aesthetics. Like, I mean, it's cool to have an aesthetic. Being able to do this as possible while doing it, because I'm gonna be real with you, pain to some degree for the rest of your life. There is no avoiding that. The way the way you is with exercise,
Mm-hmm.
myself, all that. If you learn anything from my career, don't be afraid to take chances. Don't be afraid to go out. Don't be afraid to take an opportunity. Take an opportunity when it's presented. You got to move to a different state to train. Maybe you got to pony up a lot of bread. Like take those risks than it is to sit around thinking, you know, what if I did?
I genuinely appreciate that that little piece of. That actually brought me into another question I was going to ask. For train your body to be able to withstand all the things you leave, what is I would say like maybe the top 3 things that you up to ring shape?
A lot of, I mean, it doesn't have to be recommended, but you could also be bionic, you know, push-ups, burpees, squats, that kind of shit. Because the more you to handle your own body weight, the easier. I would also the weights. Personally, I love lifting. If you want to do that, you know, I wouldn't tell you not to. uh, and would be to find a train that isn't just going to take your money out to the fucking wolves. Don't be afraid to ask, like, hey, what is this place like? Is this place any good? Uh, you're going to have to do homework and a lot of detective work. I'm not going to hold you. And that's another key aspect is networking. Kinds of people and trying to like avenues. Shit that you unless you made that. I'm gonna be real. There's gonna be plenty of times that you people just ain't going cents worth or nothing. It all comes back to perseverance. Is how bad you.
Thank you for the honest answer. Like that was appreciated, and I guess That's probably what I'm gonna a couple weeks until I get back into the ring is doing some research on what shape, because I know that ring rust is probably.
Also suggest watching a lot of tape. Don't just for the moves. Try to dissect why anything in that ring is happening. Reason. Even if that reason is just to dissect who, what, where, when, what.
Trying to watch a lot more of the 90s and a little more like some of it is instead of the newer stuff, which is more story based. Pick up on that. I've been loving watching. Like I went back and loved the storyline leading into the Montreal screw, including the actual screw job, which was but I think I'm gonna have to start doing some research.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, we're all fans of this. Get into this line of work without love, but like if you're gonna treat it as an industry, the same way that you would go to be a doctor or lawyer, like that. Let's say you go to medical school, right? You're not gonna be marathoning like scrubs and Grey's Anatomy. Like learn this business inside and out is the best way I got here, how we got to this point. Don't be keep an eye on the current product. At the end, for a couple of reasons, just clicking with today's audience, can't still click today. But I'm make sure you have a finger on happening right now. A lot of these guys, especially the people, a lot of these guys are in the world that we're in. They still do independent. Start going out there and you start working. Chances are, and you're gonna want to pick brains and not know asking.
So what's next for Shotgun Adams?
Where I might be. I've been around as of late. I just had this match with over at Wrestlers Lab, assigned to Tendencies TV. going to be a Pro Wrestling Magic on Saturday. Again, when I'm coming or how I'm showing up, but that's my warning. Magic Kingdom. When BCW's comes back up and running, you can bet because there are a few a couple to settle. But I don't yet.
We're
But I
looking
also
forward to
plan
that.
to travel. But I do plan on the greater Northeast area. But there are others want to start going down south. Maybe I'll hit up the West next year. This.
So, what is your goal for all this? Like, do you want to end up at like AEW or like WWE? What is your main goal of all of this? We know that everybody's main goal is to end up on a TV show like WWE or SmackDown or AEW, but what is your ultimate goal for this career that you've chosen?
You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody be like, oh, I wanna have a contract. And don't get me wrong, that's cool. At the end of the day, what I want to do, doing the one thing that I love to do, this is what comes with a contract. Cool. Still cool. Whatever. But either way, my ultimate goal is my money doing this. It doesn't really matter to me how that happens.
That's awesome, man. You know, and I wish to see you. I wish to see you in one of those elevation matches, those dark matches, just like the people that we know from this area that's been there. You know, I mean, they'll be great to see you on TV, and be great that knowing the fact that you're from a BCW original. You know that you came from this area.
Well, you never know what happens in the future. We don't know what. The only thing I'm just getting started out this bitch.
And I'm looking forward to see that career, that path of yours, that journey. I'm looking forward to see it, man. I'm honestly looking forward to seeing it.
And you a lot more for me. Trust me.
Yeah, going back to your the battle royale. Nick was on the stage. I'm working with the music, but there was some moments there I saw him jumping on his bad leg when he saw you do a couple of spots.
That's true.
Yeah. I mean, I remember drilling Lucas Chase on the dome with my but what's like when I was watching Dan the Man.
There was a couple times where it was just. I think that was actually one of my first shows. Well, one of my really really well put together shows that I've ever. I was when I was watching, like I because you see it on TV all the time. You see it on TV, it's almost just like okay, whatever. But then you see it and like, wow, these people are really able to just and make this just a legendary moment. For like the crowd was eating it up. I was just awestruck by everybody, including, of course.
I always try to make it happen every time I'm out there. if I have any besides not winning, is that Lucas chased on his head as much as I should have.
That
And Dan
that
the
we
Man
should see
too.
very soon.
Oh, Dan the Man can get it any time he feels to meet me. Saying, I book a Danos. Is that what you call it? I book.
I mean, there is a couple other, like I said, there's other people that would like to see you in that ring with in BCW. So, I mean, we'll be looking forward to all those shows, and I mean, and those great matches that you put together with the other ones that we have there. And like you mentioned, like BD Cruz, Sean Amari, Lucas Chase, uh, Nakoma, Dan the Man, even Bull Dread.
Even who?
Bull Dread.
Oh, Bull Dread. No, I mean I've seen him roaming around, limited interactions with him, but I mixing it up with him in there. Like I said, man, I'm but that depends on me for it.
Is
Yeah, man.
one an underrated talent who I would like to see Jay Royce versus Shotgun. That would be that.
Like I said, man, I'm with it. Running from nobody. But at the end of the day, that's you know. They know.
So other than the Magic promotion that you might go and might not go, you have anything else planned? Do you have anything like in the books, like actual matches?
Not uh, not off the top of my head, you know. I've been also taking it relatively easy with injuries. My rotator cuff is a little iffy, so is my ankle. So more than anything else, try of my life. Yeah. I want to pro wrestling magic to prove a point, I'm also haven't had people, just building up my 2020, and then to meet best version of Shotgun Adams that I can. About it ain't always about a lot 10 times that's important. Is an anglicization of my mother's Adames. Was a nick after like my first year of training over at Johnny Rod.
I hear that's a good school because I've heard so many people going to the team there.
Years over there, but after a while, I decided to strike out on my own people, and that's another thing. Do not things from different people because there's a way to like skin a cat. There's no one right way to do shit. The except money. That is always the right way. But that said, I do have to hop
Thank you, Shotgun Adams. We appreciate your time that you spent with us taking a live DC with WCW. You know, soon we'll have you back in our ring. So hopefully when everything comes up back up and running, we'll have you back in the ring, and we'll see. We want to be part of that path as you're down that journey. See you in the big time moves, you know. But it's great having you on here, and we wish to have you again.
and whenever BCW starts back, expect some hard work coming my way sooner rather than later.
I appreciate that, my brother. We appreciate that. Truly do. Thank you for your time again, and
It was great
you have a good
talking to
night.
you. Have a good night.
You too. Oh, and by the way, more of my exploits, I can follow me on both Twitter and Instagram. Active on Twitter, but follow me on merchandise if you want to maybe buy some or my you can look me up on brainbustertees.com. I have my own store on there and everything. You can buy shirts, hats, bags. Come through.
Definitely, brother. If you heard it, you heard it. Go through and support Shotgun and get his merchandise, and hopefully too, you'll see a lot of little ones, a lot of people with your merchandise on.
Yeah. Rock. Yeah, if y'all want to rep your man's. In the meantime, act like you know.
Appreciate
I
it,
think I'm
brother.
gonna have to cop me a shirt. Have a good one.
That too.
Yeah, we're still live though.
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
You having a hard time listening to me?
See, let me plug this back.
We're still live. We're still live. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. We're on all these social media. I mean, it was great having you on too as well, Nick. Introduce yourself. I know we've been talking a lot. We've been talking a little bit. Help me tell the BCW who you are.
I unfortunately cannot hear you very well. I can't. It's like muffled.
All right. Then sorry about that, folks. We'll see you next time. All right. Next episode will be with BD Cruz. All right, my folks. So have a good night. We'll talk to you guys later. Kicking it live with BCW. Have a good night, y'all.
Have a good night, everybody.